York, number 24, Bryce Michanek. Next, attending Centralia College from Gresham, Oregon, number 25, Casey Julkowski. Accompanied by his mom and dad, Anna and TJ. Next, attending the University of Ottawa from Ottawa, Canada, number 30, Gary Rocha. He plays multiple instruments, including piano, drums, and saxophone. But tonight, he is playing the national anthem on guitar.
Awesome rendition of tonight's national anthem from Ryan Drum, a 17-year-old senior at Elmira High School, as we get you set for Elmira Pioneers baseball this evening. As we're live on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network, it's your Pios against the Newark Pilots for what will be the sixth matchup of the season, the third from Dunn Field, and the third in 24-plus hours of action. Good evening, everybody, for the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. I'm Farrell Hudson, excited to be joining you on this beautiful Saturday night, an 85-degree evening on the 5th of July, as the Pioneers at 13-12-1 roll into tonight's ball game in 5th place, 2 games behind the Jamestown Tarpskunks, so some ground to be made up with only 20 regular season games remaining. Pioneers stand at 13-12-1, Jamestown at 15-10. We mentioned the Tarpskunks, they already have 3 more matchups against the Pioneers on the season, so plenty of time for Elmira to make up some ground physically in those games, as well as Elmira just taking care of their own business here. Pioneers have taken the field behind their starting pitcher Owen Hoyt, which means let's take a look at the Newark Pilots starting lineup. Nick DiGiacomo, the center fielder, will lead things off. Cooper Loyal, the shortstop, will bat second. Anthony Hector at second base will bat third. Batting fourth and playing third base is Grant Ingram. Brady King is the extra hitter. He'll bat fifth. Parker Zeiser, the catcher, he'll bat sixth. Alex Wooten at first base will bat seventh. Jacob Paletto in left field will bat eighth. Liam Wagner is the designated hitter. He'll bat ninth. And rounding out the batting order is Jason Brown. We mentioned Owen Hoyt 1-0 with a 0.93 ERA. Lasted 3 2/3 innings of work against Newark back on June 20th. 2 walks and 4 strikeouts in that ball game. Only an earned run to his name. A sub-1 ERA in his time in an Elmira Pioneers uniform. Didn't see much pitch time at UMass Lowell. That's where he began his college career. Now at SUNY Brockport, going into his second season there. A couple seasons of NCAA eligibility remain for the Pioneers southpaw, who's making only his second home start of the season. Andy Drum stating his excitement for Hoyt, who's taken the mound, and he's one of the better pitchers that the Pioneers have had. Forget just the better, he is the best across 9 innings, the lowest ERA for that matter. 5 hits, 2 runs on 1 earned, 4 walks, and 11 strikeouts, pitching to an opposing batting average of 147. Granted, it's not the largest sample size at 34 hitters, which gives you roughly about 2 to 3 starts, as for Hoyt, this is start number 3 on the season, but through 2 starts, he's everything the Pioneers have asked of him and more. Yesterday, shall I say, Pioneers took on Newark in a doubleheader from Colburn Park. The story of Game 1 was the fantastic pitching from Calvin Burkholder. He lasted 6 innings of work, held the Pioneers to 4 hits. In the process, Elmira stranded 6 runners on base throughout the course of the ball game. 2 walks and 5 strikeouts, and then Brady King pitched a 1-2-3 top of the 7th inning in what was then his 9th appearance, all in relief. Blue Game 2, as the Pioneers impressively were down 4-1 heading into the top of the 6th inning. A 2-run sixth for the Pioneers, which was led along the way by an RBI triple off the bat of Brett Baker, who already has 4 RBIs in his limited time in a Pioneers uniform. John Simmons, who had an RBI single himself in the top of the 6th inning, and then the top of the 7th, the Pioneers scored 4 runs on 2 hits, 2 errors committed by Newark in the process, and 1 runner left on base. Pioneers faced 3 pitchers in the back end of yesterday's doubleheader, which was important for Elmira to see multiple different arms rolling in against Newark tonight. They were half game back of Newark for 5th place. Pioneers dipped as low as 6th place. They were as high as 1st place 16 games into the season. What a difference 10 games can make. We mentioned Pioneers 2-7-1 now coming in their last 10. Newark has not necessarily been so hot either. 4-10 in their last 14 ball games, 4-6 in their last 10. They've won 1 in a row heading into yesterday's back end of the doubleheader. As we alluded to, Pioneers 13-12-1, but 3.5 games back of first place Batavia. Pioneers will see Batavia 3 more times this season. This Friday, July 11th at Dwyer Stadium, Saturday the 26th at Dwyer Stadium, and Friday the 18th from right here at Dunn Field. Pioneers on the season are 1-1 against the Muck Dogs from the Dunn, against the Jamestown Tarp Skunks, 0-1. 1-1 at Jamestown and 0-2 at Batavia, so a couple teams to keep in mind. The large nemesis of the Pioneers has been the Auburn Double Days, 1-4-1 in the opening 6 ball games. Nick DiGiacomo stands in from the right side against Owen Hoyt, and we're underway on a beautiful Saturday evening as Owen Hoyt rocks and fires from the left side of the rubber. The fastball catches the inside corner for a called strike 1. On the season, Nick DiGiacomo 5th on the Pilots in batting average across 15 ball games, 14 hits, 6 extra base hits, and 9 RBIs. 0-1 from Hoyt, swing and a miss. Fastball over the outside corner, 0-2. Start time of 6:45 p.m. on this beautiful 85-degree evening. Already the 14th home game of the season for the Pioneers. They'll have 9 more across the remaining 22 days of the regular season. 0-2 from Hoyt with nobody out when the breaking ball misses low and in to DiGiacomo. 1 ball and 2 strikes a count. In the back end of the doubleheader yesterday, Nick DiGiacomo led off the bottom of the 1st with a double, walked in the 3rd. Only 2 times he reached base as he struck out in the 5th against Andrew Roxby, flew out to deep center in the bottom of the 7th. Swing and a foul tip off the glove of Wagner, and it's dropped in the box, so DiGiacomo stays alive. A 1-2 count to open up against Owen Hoyt. Pioneers will play the Geneva Red Wings tomorrow from McDonough Park in Geneva, New York. So the busy stretch for Elmira continues. 1-2 from Hoyt, fouled back. DiGiacomo continues to stay alive. He'll see a 6th pitch in the at-bat. Pioneers defense left to right in the outfield. It's Anthony Manganiello in left, Brett Baker in center, TJ Garmesti over in right. As Hoyt fires a 1-2 breaking ball just high. DiGiacomo takes 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the Newark center fielder seemed as if he might have been departing to the dugout. Thought that could have been strike 3, just above the letters. So Hoyt comes set and will now fire 2-2 home. Fastball off the outside edge. DiGiacomo takes and the count runs full. Left to right in the infield for the Pioneers. Simmons at 3rd, Grabowski at short, Brendan Hammer at 2nd. Michael Palmer's over at 1st. Shadows starting to creep in. Warm evening from Dunn Field. Payoff pitch on the way. A swing and a foul back. A 9th pitch of the at-bat. Hoyt really working to start the ball game. As DiGiacomo doing his part to work the Pioneers left-hander. Hoyt comes set. Deep breath from the left side of the rubber. Gets his sign. Rocks and fires the payoff pitch with nobody out. Swing and a miss. Fastball over the inside corner. DiGiacomo down on strikes. So 1 away here in the top of the 1st inning, and with the bases empty, it'll bring up the right-handed hitting shortstop Cooper Loyal, who's had himself a great start to the season, a .455 on-base percentage. Forget just the on-base percentage, a .305 batting average across 16 games, a model of consistency. 3 extra base hits for Loyal as he takes a breaking ball inside, a check swing from Loyal. They confer with the field umpire, who says that the Newark shortstop did not go around. 1-0 the count with 1 out. As Hoyt comes set and fires, breaking ball inside, 2-0. Just underway here in the top of the first inning. Already the 6th meeting of the season between the Pioneers and the Newark Pilots. Pios lost game 1 of the doubleheader 2-0 at Colburn Park yesterday, followed up with a 7-5 victory. Hoyt fires fastball low and away. Wagner a backhanded stab, 3 balls and no strikes. Carl Wagner getting the start behind the plate for the Pioneers tonight. We mentioned how strong he's been lately. His last 2 ball games, 3 for 7. You go back to Thursday's ball game, 3 RBIs against Auburn as the fastball high for ball 4. So a 4th pitch walk to the 2-hitter Cooper Loyal. That'll bring up ready hitting second baseman Anthony Hector. He's batting .288 on the season across 21 ball games, a .435 on base percentage. This is a Newark Pilots team that has thrived on the road. Granted, they play the heavy majority of their road games to begin the season when they were off to that torrid 7-1-1 start. Marcus Smith's squad up and down all season long, 11-11-1. Fastball skips away in the dirt, gets to the backstop past the catcher Wagner. It goes all the way there. Loyal stays put at second base as Wagner retrieves. 1-0 the count with 1 out, and now a runner in scoring position early in the ball game for the Pilots. Wagner's been sound from behind the plate and strong with the bat, a .308 batting average now across 12 games for Wagner, .372 on base percentage. Pioneers will look to limit the damage here in the top of the first. Runner on second with 1 out, and that one lined into shallow right field. It's going to drop down for a base hit in front of Gramesti. Rounding third and stopping right there is Loyal. Runners on the corners for the Pilots with 1 out. So the first hit of the ball game sprayed on a looping, sinking line drive off the bat of Anthony Hector to shallow right. Gramesti was playing relatively deep for the 3-hitter in the Newark order. So Loyal, who walked and advanced on a pass ball to second, he's on third now off the single off the bat of Anthony Hector, and that brings up the cleanup man and the right-handed hitting third baseman in Grant Ingram. On the season, Ingram batting .290 across 15 ball games. He's gotten 11 starts, predominantly at the third base position, as Hoyt fires over the outside corner for a called strike 1. 0-1 the count with 1 out, just underway here in Elmira, top of the first inning. Newark looking to strike first blood. Pioneers defending an 8-4-1 record across 13 ball games at Dunn Field. Newark strong on the road as well, as we alluded to. That one fouled back on a breaking ball at the letters. A ball and a strike the count, or rather, no balls and 2 strikes the count to Grant Ingram. Ingram, Pioneers saw a lot of yesterday, an RBI single at the bottom of the third in game 2. Reached base twice in the ball game, a fly ball to center. Waits 0-2 offering from Hoyt. Fastball off the outside edge. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Loyal's on third, and Hector is off at first. On the season, Hector, not much of a threat to steal. He's got 2 on the season, among one of the lowest for an everyday position player, especially at the middle infield position, as the next offering from Hoyt fouled off. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. In terms of batting average, Pioneers towards the bottom of the charts in the PGCBL. In terms of strikeouts, they're one of the best teams at not striking out, but the average is collectively low. That one grounded just over the third base bag and fair. Down the left field line, a run comes in to score. That's Cooper Loyal, as rounding and heading to second, and now stuck is Ingram. Grabowski's going to fire back to first. Tag applied by Palmer in time for out number 2. So the Pioneers are given a gift there, as Ingram took off for second base, not realizing that Anthony Hector was just on the second base bag. So the second hit of an inning plates home a run, but now 2 outs for Owen Hoyt, as Ingram, the RBI single. He's washed, though, as he got too greedy off the first base bag, or not even greedy is the word, he just didn't realize that Hector was staying put at second base. So Loyal crosses the plate. 1-0 Newark leads, top of the first inning with 2 outs. Lefty on righty matchup, it's Brady King, the extra hitter, to stand in, as Hoyt 1 look at Hector off of second base, fires a breaking ball over the inside corner. Brady King taking at the knees for a called strike 1. lot of the same lineup executed by Marcus Smith. As King appeared in Game 1 of the doubleheader against Brendan Hayes, he walked and flew out to Tanner Carranza in right field in his second trip to the plate. That came in the bottom of the 5th inning yesterday as Hoyt fires a fastball off the outside corner. 1 ball and a strike. 1 run on 1 hit and no errors so far here in the top of the 1st inning. Newark working 2/3 into the ball game against Owen Hoyt. Owen a strikeout. That came of the leadoff man DeGiacomo on what was the 9th pitch of the at-bat as 1-1 breaking ball misses inside at the feet of King. 2 balls and a strike the count. Nice piece of hitting there from Grant Ingram nonetheless. He is thrown out trying to go back to the bag as the play goes 7-6-3. Tag was applied by Palmer on a strong throw from Grabowski across the diamond. There's a swing and a miss from King, and we're level at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Another runner out in scoring position for the Pilots. It's Anthony Hector. Hector, we mentioned, only 2 stolen bases, but has good speed. Used to playing a lot of middle infield for this Newark squad this season as Hoyt gets his sign, comes set left side of the rubber. 1 look at second, rocks and fires a 2-2. That one served into shallow right field. Charging on Grimesti, he puts it away, and the side is retired. Not before 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. We'll head to the bottom of the 1st inning, 1-0. The Pilots lead here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Pioneers Baseball as we enter the bottom of the 1st inning of action. Logan Bowman has taken the mound, the southpaw for the Newark Pilots. A little lefty-on-lefty matchup tonight for you at Dunn Field as we'll take a look at the Elmira Pioneers starting lineup. Ada Grabowski, the shortstop, will lead things off. Ty Martineau in the DH role will bat second. TJ Grimesti in right field will bat third. Michael Palmer doing the cleanup at first base. Brandon Dudbeck is the extra hitter. He'll bat fifth. Brett Baker in center field will bat sixth. Carl Wagner doing the catching will bat seventh. John Simmons at third base will bat eighth. Batting ninth is Anthony Manganiello. And rounding out the batting order for Elmira is the second baseman in Brendan Hammer. Pioneers have a .254 batting average on the season, as we mentioned. And going into the bottom of the first inning, Logan Bowman, the best pitcher for this Newark Pilots squad, the ace if you will. He's made 5 appearances. This is only his second start, 6th appearance on the season. 13 innings of work for Bowman, and he's given up only 2 earned runs in the process, 4 walks, a contact pitcher, only 5 strikeouts, pitching to an opposing batting average of .245. As Aiden Grabowski steps to the dish to lead off the ball game for the Pioneers, Grabowski appearing in both 2 games for Elmira yesterday, reached base in 3 of 4 plate appearances in Game 2, going 2 for 3 with 2 singles, also reaching on an error as he lifts the first pitch high in the air behind shortstop. It's Loyal. In charge is the left fielder Paletto, who settles under it in short left and puts it away. 1 pitch and 1 out here in the bottom of the first. So Grabowski's retired, and with 1 out and the base is empty, that'll bring up the designated hitter, Ty Martineau, from the left side. Martineau, as Andy Drum referred to in our pregame report, a contact hitter for the Pioneers. He doesn't strike out much, a service that can be provided on a steady basis into the Elmira lineup. Batting .295 on the season is Martineau as he takes a fastball off the outside edge, 1-0 the count. Martineau, 13 hits, 7 runs, and an RBI. Across 17 collective ball games, he's gotten the start in 13 of them, primarily as of late as a designated hitter, as he takes a fastball over the outside corner from Bowman, and we're even at a 1-1 count. Following Martineau, it's going to be Grimesti. TJ still possessing a batting average north of 350, just dipped under 400. The incoming Brent Baker has taken a breaking ball on the outside corner for a called strike 2 as Martineau. 1-2 the count with the bases empty and 1 out. Even with the bag at third is Ingram. On the lip of the outfield grass are the shortstop Loyal and the second baseman Hector. 20 feet behind the bag at first is Wooten. A pop-up third base side. Ingram gives it a long run near the Newark dugout. It's going to skip into the Pilots dugout out of play. Count remains 1-2. Another thing for Martineau, a great job of protecting the strike zone, a very keen eye when he's at the plate as well. You look at Martineau when he gets on, 5 stolen bases on the season, and he's only struck out 6 times across 44 plate appearances. We mentioned the low strikeout rating so far for TJ Grimesti, only about 10% on the season, while for Martineau, it's not much worse, only south of 15%. As the breaking ball, he ducks here and takes high. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Also look at the on-base percentage for Ty. It's been pretty solid across the board. 367. Mentioned hasn't gotten plunked. He's walked 5 times. Different ways to contribute in all different areas of the batting order. You saw him yesterday as he takes a breaking ball. High here for ball 3 from Logan Bowman. 1 out in the bottom of the first. Pinch hit for Dylan Fatovich in game 1 of that doubleheader yesterday. Came in and knocked a single in the top of the 6th inning. Martineau also appearing in game 2 of that doubleheader as the 3-2. Dribbled on the ground, 2 hops to the left of the shortstop. Loyal, who throws across the diamond just in time to beat the hustling Martineau for the 2nd out of the inning. So with 2 away and the bases empty, Pios trail by 1 in the home half of the first, courtesy of the RBI single off the bat of the Pilots' third baseman, Grant Ingram, who took a wide turnaround first, wide enough where he's about 40 to 50 feet on the way between the first and second base bag, and staying put at second was Anthony Hector, so an easy play as Manganiello fired into the cutoff man Grabowski, who threw back to first base to Palmer by about 5 steps, beating Grant Ingram, so a self-inflicted wound on the base running behalf of Ingram. Costs an extra base runner for Newark. It would have been 2 runners on with 1 out in the top of the first. The F9 off the bat of Brady King concluded the inning. Has taken a breaking ball low and away as Grimesti. 1-0 the count in game 2 of the doubleheader yesterday for TJ. An unconventional 0-for-4 day. If we can remember to recent date, that might be his only 0-for-4 game on the season. Very rarely see it. When all said and done, still batting .375 on the year. Great numbers across the board. We mentioned an OPS north of 1030 as he takes a fastball high here. Quickly ahead in the count, 3 balls and no strikes against Bowman. We mentioned Bowman's control. He's been really solid too. He's gone 13 innings of work on the season, issuing only 4 walks. It's a Newark team that has a couple starters that can really give some good length as Grimesti takes a fastball inside at the knees for a called strike 1. 3-1 the count to Grimesti with the bases empty. Pios trail by 1 on 2 hits in the top half of the first against the southpaw Owen Hoyt. 3-1, good fastball count. Jammed off the end of the bat on 1 hop to the second baseman in Hector, who fires across the diamond in time. He was off balance, took him towards the shortstop position and that side of the second base bag, still able to complete the play, and that does it for the Pios in the bottom of the first. Facing the minimum is the southpaw Bowman. No runs and no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. We'll take it to the second. Newark ahead by 1 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Pioneers Baseball as we enter the top of the second inning. Logan Bowman cruises through the bottom of the first, cuts through the top third of the Pioneers order relatively easy, gets Grabowski on the first pitch to fly out to shallow left, then Martineau on the ground to the shortstop Loyal, and Grimesti on the ground to the second baseman Hector, who made a really nice athletic off-balance play to conclude the inning. Hoyt back out for his second inning of work, and he'll go up against the 6, 7, and 8 in the Newark order. Zeisser, Wooten, and Paletto. Here's the catcher Parker Zeisser in from the right side, who takes a fastball high and away from Hoyt. Want to know the count. Lefty on righty matchup with the bases empty. Hoyt working out of the windup, kicks and fires inside corner. Fastball at the letters. Zeisser taking for a called strike one. In the top the first inning, Cooper Loyal walked to get on. He eventually came around to score, so back to the point of emphasis of limiting the walks as a high pop-up in foul ground near the Pioneer dugout. Michael Palmer retreats over, settles under it, and puts it away for out number one in the inning. So a nice job from Hoyt getting the first out of the visitors' half of the second. 3 pitches into the new frame, and he'll deal with the bases empty and 1 out with the righty swinging first baseman Alex Wooten. On the season, Wooten batting 176 across 14 ball games as he spanks one on the ground. Backhanded stop by Hammer at second base. Gets up, throws in time. A nice play by Hammer time for out number 2. So a litany of athletic plays from the second base position on either respective end to begin the ball game. 2 outs and the bases empty, and that brings up the righty swinging left fielder in tonight's ball game, Jacob Paletto. Paletto had .237 on the season across 18 ball games, 14 hits and 5 RBIs, a .370 on base percentage. Solid in the field as well, predominantly manning that left field position as he takes a fastball over the inside corner from Hoyt for a called strike one. 1 run on 2 hits and no errors for the Pilots. No runs on no hits and no errors for the Pioneers. Just underway here in the second inning from Dunn Field. 0-1 offering from Hoyt. That one dribbled foul. Hoyt attacking back in that same spot with an inside fastball as he draws Paletto to line it back to the screen. 0-2 the count. A nice crowd on hand here on T-shirt giveaway night for the Pioneers as Hoyt comes set, left side of the rubber, kicks and fires the 0-2, chopped on the ground. In charge is Grabowski at shortstop on 3 hops. The throw across the diamond off balance, not in time. An infield single for Jacob Paletto as the grass just swallowed that one up. Second consecutive inning with a hit, and the third in the ball game across an inning and 2/3 of work for Owen Hoyt. So that'll bring up Liam Wagner in the designated hitter role tonight for Newark. Wagner digs in from the right side of the plate, batting .200 across 7 ball games, .368 on base percentage, 3 hits and an RBI. Wagner serviceable in the field, 28 putouts, 1,000 field percentage, so a nice two-way player. Towards the bottom of the batting order tonight for Newark as the fastball just slowing away. A nice spot there. Pioneers dugout wanted that. Called strike one, didn't get it. Want to know the count. Fastball down and in. Wagner stops that, 2-0. It's Paletto leading off at first base. On the season, 2 stolen bases for the aforementioned. As Hoyt gets his sign, comes set from the left side of the rubber. Lefty on righty matchup, 2-0 count with 2 outs. Fouled off the end of the bat. First base side out of play from Wagner, 2-1. It'll be the middle third for the Pioneers, due up against Logan Bowman. Palmer, Dubek, and Baker to come to the dish in the bottom of the second. That'll be some of the more potent hitters in the Elmira lineup. Dubek has been just so consistent with the on-base percentage in the short amount of ball games in comparison to the rest of the catching unit. Dubek on the season possessing some really strong offensive numbers, 259 across 13 ball games, considering from the catcher's role, a guy who has 4 extra base hits and 9 RBIs. Really solid work. 7 hits and 7 runs in the process. Only 1 error in 58 total putouts. There's a swing and a miss from Hoyt. That's strike 3. Strikeout number 2 in the ball game. Both come swinging for Hoyt as he strands a runner on in the inning. No runs and a hit, no errors, and a runner left on base. An inning and a half through, 1-0 Newark leads on the Pioneers Baseball Network. This season, you can connect with the Pioneers like never before with exclusive content on our social media platforms. Make sure you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok at the Elmira Pioneers. That would be actually at the Elmira Pios on Twitter. As we begin the bottom of the second, first pitch popped up behind the plate from Palmer, out of play, as we referred to in the visitors' half of the second inning. Middle third of the Pioneers order due up. That's the 4, 5, and 6, beginning with the first baseman Palmer, followed by the E.H. Dubek and the center fielder. And nice welcome in Brett Baker, who's been a strong addition for the Pios in the early going. Lefty on lefty matchup as Palmer dribbles it foul behind the catcher's icer. 0-2 the count. Maybe call it Twitter too much. Forget to call it X these days. 2025. Different times from what it used to be, but sentiment still applies. 0-2 as Bowman gets his sign, comes set. From the left side of the rubber, rocks and fires to Palmer, and the breaking ball popped up behind third. Grant Ingram steps back about 20 feet, cutting over is the shortstop Loyal. He can't get it. So Ingram thought he was going to have it. Then he was called off by the infield captain and Loyal, who could not come down with it. So the count remains no balls and 2 strikes, and Palmer gets another life. For Palmer on the season, Mike's batting .279 across 15 ball games. He's gotten 14 starts, mainly at first base, 12 hits, 3 extra base hits to go along with a homer and 9 RBIs. From the left side, watches a breaking ball off the outer edge of the dish. 1-2 the count. Bowman comes set and fires, popped up. This time it'll stay in play. Shallow left field is coming in a few steps is Paletto. He puts it away for out number 1 in the inning. Pioneers would like to thank Ward Manufacturing, Wegmans, Weiss Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, Wilbur Auto, and Woodbrook Assisted Living for their loyal sponsorship throughout the course of the 2025 season. 1 out and the base is empty. Home half of the second inning. Pioneers trail by 1. It's Brandon Dobek to come to the plate. Left-hand righty matchup as Bowman works a breaking ball high and away. 1-0 the count. On the season for Dobek, .259 batting average, .535 on base percentage, a collective .942 OPS as he lines one sharply to second, but snared into the glove of Hector for out number 2. So a nice piece by Dubek, but he lines out to no avail for Elmira. 2 outs and the base is empty, home half of the second. That'll bring up the lefty swinging center fielder Brett Baker. For the Chelmsford, Massachusetts native and Baker, small sample size, but already leads the Pios in batting average. 5 games, 3 starts, .462 as he swings and misses. Fastball over the inner edge from Bowman, 0-1 the count. A .615 slug percentage, already a triple, and 2 RBIs. 11 putouts in his time split between both left and center field. 0-1, breaking ball cut on and missed from Baker. No balls and 2 strikes for Bowman, who's coasted through the Pioneers lineup like a hot knife through butter through his opening 5 up, 5 down. No strikeouts still in the ball game for Bowman. He'll look to get his first here. In the driver's seat on Baker, 0-2. Lefty on lefty matchup, and the breaking ball low and away. Baker takes a ball and 2 strikes. After Baker, it's the catcher Carl Wagner, who's been red hot from the dish. Once again, a nice middle of the order pieced up from Andy Drum, who's telling me now, down the stretch of the season, he knows more of what he can get from every guy and the role in which he's most comfortable inserting them in. We'll see if Baker remains through the middle of the lineup for the rest of the season, or whether the new addition is something that Andy Drum has to test out in multiple different roles as he takes a breaking ball off the plate. 2-2 the count as Bowman works and fires. Breaking ball fouled back to the screen. Good at bat from Baker as he stays alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. A run on 3 hits and no errors for Newark through 2 innings of work against Owen Hoyt. Owen settling down nicely though in the top of the 2nd inning. As for Hoyt, gets 2 outs to start, an infield single from Paletto, and then earns his 2nd strikeout of the ball game on the 9-hitter Wagner. 2-2, fastball off the outside corner, strong take from Baker just above the letters. It's a full count with 2 outs. Bowman gets his sign. Comes set and deals. Breaking ball, check swing from Baker. Did not go around. That's ball 4, and that's the first base runner to reach against the southpaw Bowman through an inning and 2/3 of work. And that'll bring up the catcher Carl Wagner. We mentioned Carl with a really strong average at .308 on the season. As he continues to rake from the right side of the dish, Wagner steady overall. 757 OPS. 3 doubles and 9 RBIs to go along with 12 hits. He's crossed the plate 11 times in 13 ball games. Splitting time between the DH and catcher role. Medium-sized lead for Baker off the first base bag, and the fastball clips the inside corner for a called strike 1 to Wagner. Baker already 1 stolen base across 5 ball games. We'll see what he does here against the lefty Bowman. Bowman's going to check on Baker over at first, playing catch with his first baseman Alex Wooten. Nothing in 1, breaking ball. Catches the bottom of the zone, a called strike 2 to Wagner. It'll be an 0-2 to Carl with 2 outs. Bowman sets from the left side of the rubber, taking off his Baker, and a ball in the dirt. That's a stolen base for Brett as he advances into scoring position. So a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Pioneers have the tying run 180 feet away. Wagner will look to drive it in. Look for his 5th RBI in the last 2+ ball games as he dribbles one on the ground wide of third foul. Ingram gives it a look. 1-2 the count remains. Following Wagner, it's John Simmons, the third baseman. For Simmons, batting average a tad lower, slug percentage not entirely bad. Really good in the extra base hit department as the fastball taken high from Wagner. Carl working a good count with 2 strikes. Now up to 2-2. Two. Fist it off the end of the bat. Foul from Wagner. Bowman gets his sign, comes set. 1 look at Baker, dancing off of the second base bag. Breaking ball, check swing in the dirt. Did Wagner go around? We'll check with the field umpire, said no, he did not. as Coach Marcus Smith comes out of the dugout. He's challenging the field umpire. And he's seeming ready to get kicked out of the game. Home plate umpire comes over to intercept on Marcus Smith. You can't argue balls and strikes. As plate umpire having an animated chat with Smith. Passionate, fired up, wanted his team out of the inning. This is something you can't argue, though. So umpires are giving Smith, who's a great guy, really passionate coach for this Newark squad, a lot of good leeway. Very well handled on both sides. You have a very solid umpiring crew. And Smith, who made his point be known without getting thrown out, so the count remains alive for Wagner. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Baker leads off a second. He's the tying run. Bowman comes set left side of the river. Fires. Breaking ball in the dirt. That's ball 4. So the second consecutive walk issued to a Pioneer hitter. As Wagner reaches base, it's Baker off a second. Wagner off a first with 2 outs. Pioneers still looking for their first hit in the ball game. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup, and here comes John Simmons to the plate. 5 extra base hits and a homer for the Forest Virginia native on the season across 20 ball games. 12 hits and 9 runs scored in the process. 392 on-base percentage for Simmons as he digs in from the left side. First offering is a fastball high. 1-0 the count. High fly ball, deep to right field, going back is Brown. Back to the warning track, settles under it, and puts it away for out number 3 in the inning. So Simmons gave it a ride, but to no avail for the Pioneers. No runs and no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. We'll take it to the third. Newark ahead by 1 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Pios fans, new trading card sets and mini bats are now available at the merchandise store at Dunn Field. This season, get yourself the latest Elmira Pioneers gear, whether it be hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts, warm-ups, baseballs, and much, much more. Be sure to stop by the merchandise stand the next time at Dunn Field, or tonight, or whenever, by concessions. Jason Brown to lead off the top of the third inning. It'll be the 10-1-2 in the Newark order to step to the dish against the Southpaw Owen Hoyt in his third inning of work. Newark leads 1-0 on this gorgeous Saturday evening from Dunn Field. Not a cloud in the sky, 82 degrees, and beautifully sunny as Brown takes a fastball off the plate. 2-0 the count. It'll be Brown, the right fielder, followed by DeGiacomo in center, Cooper Loyal, the shortstop. Jason Brown takes a fastball on the outside corner for a called strike one. A 188 hitter across 7 ball games, 16 plate appearances, so granted a small sample size for him. 3 hits and an RBI, .435 on base percentage for the aforementioned. 2-1 with nobody out, dribbled on the ground past the pitcher Hoyt. It's to the left to Grabowski, takes a couple funky hops. The throw on the diamond, unable to be picked out of the dirt by Palmer, rather, shall I say, unable to be in time, as Grabowski's throw was solid on the ground. Nice pick by Palmer, but unable to get the first down, is slugging it out for the second infield hit of the ball game is Brown. It's the 4th hit through 2+ innings of work against Owen Hoyt. 2 hits in the top of the first, plated home the first run of the ball game against the Pioneers left-hander. As now it's back to the top of the batting order, and Nick DeGiacomo with nobody out, breaking ball down and in. The center fielder for Newark takes 1-0 the count. In the top of the first inning, DeGiacomo struck out to open up the ball game swinging on 9 pitches versus Hoyt. Worked an excellent count as a medium-sized lead now for Brown off the first base bag. Next offering from Hoyt, fouled off, first base side out of play. 1-1 the count. Simmons is even with the bag at third. Grabowski and Hammer at their regular double play depth at their respective middle infield positions. Outfield's at medium depth. Palmer holding on Brown at first. First of the 3 innings in which the leadoff man has gotten on for Newark as the fastball from Hoyt high and away. 2-1 the count. Control certainly hasn't been an issue in the ballgame despite 4 hits and an earned run. A walk and a strikeout and 2+ innings of work for Hoyt, who came in with a dynamite ERA. We referenced it across 2 appearances and 2 starts. 9 2/3 innings of work, pitching to a 0.93 ERA. That's because he had a 6 strikeout, 6-inning performance in which he was masterful, giving up 1-run ball against Batavia. That came back on June 13th. Fires fastball high and away here. 3-1 on the leadoff man for Newark. Lefty on righty matchup. Hoyt comes set left side of the rubber. Increasing lead for Brown off first. With nobody out, Hoyt 2 looks at first. Kicks and fires. Fastball at the top of the zone. A swing and a miss. Hoyt so composed even when behind in counts. He's going to need that here with Newark, who has a relatively potent top of the batting order. Cooper Loyal awaiting on deck, who walked and came around to score in the top of the first. Hoyt sets and fires the payoff pitch. A high fly ball deep down the left field line. Foul out of play. Ball sailing for the Chemung River. Luckily enough for Hoyt and the Pioneers, the swing from DeGiacomo came about a 1.5 earlier. So it'll be a payoff pitch once again with nobody out. Hoyt comes set and fires. Fastball outside corner, called strike 3. In the ball game for Hoyt, 3rd strikeout, first via the backwards K. So that's 3 strikeouts now through 2 1/3 innings of work for Owen, and that'll bring up the shortstop Cooper Loyal with 1 out. Hoyt dribbles one on the ground to the backhand side of the shortstop. Grabowski throws to second, one hammer on to first, not in time. An athletic play from Grabowski once again. 6-4 goes the put out. It's a fielder's choice. Loyal reaches as Brown's washed at second. 2 outs for Anthony Hector. Critical game for the Pioneers. You could put Newark a game and a half behind. This is only game number 24 for Newark, so the Pioneers are ahead by 3 games, which would only put the Pilots a game and a half behind. 3 back in the win column, though, which is the real importance, with 3 games in hand on the Pioneers. So tonight's game, very critical for Elmira, still 2-7-1 in their last 10. Looking to change fortunes around following an 11-5 first-place start once Garrett Rochon walked off that mound in Jamestown, New York, back on June 22nd as he lasted 6+ innings of work, struck out a multitude of tarp skunks, left it over to Andrew Jones, who had a little bit of a tougher go-round. Granted, he inherited 2 runners on base as taken off for second. Loyal fastball outside, fire down to second base from Wagner. Not in time. Hammer thought he might have had the tag applied on Loyal, but it's just a tad late. So a stolen base for Cooper Loyal, who now moves into scoring position with 2 outs and Newark ahead 1. Top of the third, good hitters count for the right-handed hitting Hector. 2 balls and no strikes with 2 outs on the season for Loyal. That's stolen base number 5 as he moves into third place. A tie for third place with Christian Butera, not getting the start in tonight's ball game. Butera only appearing in 14 games, possessing a solid on-base percentage and a remotely decent batting average at .255. So Loyal patiently awaits off second, widens his lead to about 20 feet as the fastball from Hoyt trickles in the dirt. 3 balls and no strikes. Nice stop from the catcher Wagner. Owen through 2 2/3 innings of work has given up 1 walk. He struck out 3, 1 looking, and given up 4 hits and an earned run. Still no errors committed on either side. Pioneers starting to play a lot better defense, something that head coach Andy Drum has taken to his liking. He mentioned in the pregame today, overall a collective field percentage of his position players well north of .950 as Hoyt delivers a fastball off the outside corner for ball 4. A 5-pitch walk to the second baseman Hector as 2 are now on for the Pilots in the top of the 3rd inning. Elmira trails by 1 in scoring position. That's Loyal off a second. Hector off a first. It's the cleanup man Grant Ingram who plated the game's only run with an RBI single in the top of the 1st. And for Ingram, one of the more funny and unusual baseball plays. He rounded first thinking that advancing to 3rd naturally was Anthony Hector, who stayed off a second as Hoyt fires a fastball to Ingram for a call strike 1. Ingram about 40 feet off of first, and the Pioneers, Grabowski threw back to Palmer, were able to nab him. 0-1 the count with 2 outs, top of the 3rd inning. Newark a run on 4 hits against Hoyt through 2 2/3 as Hoyt looks at second, fires from the left side of the rubber, and swing into no man's land. Not finding it is the second baseman Hammer, and now Loyal is going to come to the plate. Tag applied by Wagner, too late. So an swing as holding the bag at first, or rather playing towards the first base bag, was Palmer. Hammer couldn't locate where that ball was hit. Not entirely sure if it's because of the way the sun's come down here, obstructing a little bit of the view in the infield at Dunn Field. So the 5th hit of the ball game plates the 2nd run. It's an unconventional swing RBI single for Ingram. So in the inning, the 2nd hit, another run home. It's 2-0 Newark. First pitch is a breaking ball just off the inside corner. Hoyt missing. To Brady King, the extra hitter. So it's Hector off of second base, Ingram off of first with 2 outs. Hoyt sets and fires a 1-0 check swing, fouled off into the glove and out for Carl Wagner. 1-1 the count. Kermesty charged all the way in, about 100 to 120 feet in from right field, as no one on the right side of the Pioneer infield could locate that. So the 2nd run home of the ball game, both by the same culprit, and Newark quickly ahead 2-0. Hoyt fires 1-1, outside corner fastball for a called strike 2. One and 2 the count with 2 outs as Hoyt checks second and fires. Fastball just misses below the knees. Hoyt was exiting the Pioneers dugout, or exiting towards the Pioneers dugout, shall I say. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hoyt gets a sign, comes set. Fires home a 2-2. That one lined over the reaching try. The shortstop Grabowski into left field for a base hit. Rounding third and coming to the plate is Hector. No throw from Manganiello. An RBI single off the bat of Brady King. And Auburn now leads 3-0. So a nice piece of hitting there. Protecting the plate with 2 strikes is now Eric Burkan. Comes out to the mound for a conversation with his starter, Hoyt. He's given up 3 earned runs on 6 hits. For Hoyt, a walk and 3 strikeouts, or 2 walks and 3 strikeouts in that process. Elmira still has no one up in their bullpen. So it seems as if they'll ride out with their southpaw Hoyt as the rest of the Pioneers infield convenes. Centralis Health is the official healthcare provider for your Elmira Pioneers. Next time you need medical attention, make sure you visit Centralis for all your medical needs throughout the southern tier in central New York. We're in the top of the 3rd inning. 2 outs. A new count for the right-handed hitting catcher, Parker Zeiser, out of Monroe Community College. Zeiser's brother, Cosgrove, got the start for the Geneva Red Wings. Pitch to his brother Parker, who is also a member of the Red Wings, as he now lines one into left field for a base hit. Rounding third and stopping right there is Grant Ingram, and now it's kicked by Manganiello. So that's going to be an error, which allows the 4th run to score for Newark. The 3rd run of the inning on what's now the 4th hit, and Newark ahead 4-0. So that's now 4 runs on 7 hits and 1 error for Newark. As Alex Wooten comes to the plate, left-hand righty matchup, fastball fired off the outside corner from Hoyt, a ball and no strikes. Runners on 2nd and 3rd as a result of the error. E7 on Manganiello. Puts King off a 3rd. And Zeiser off of 2nd. Pop up to first base. Palmer in foul ground. Settles under it and puts it away to retire the side. But the damage has been done in the inning as 3 runs come in to score on 4 hits, an error, and 2 runners left on base. 2.5 through. Newark ahead by 4 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Pilots lead 4-0 as we enter the bottom of the third inning. Anthony Manganiello comes to the plate for the Pioneers as Anthony takes a fastball over the inside corner for a called strike one. In the top of the third inning, a 3-run half for Newark against the southpaw Owen Hoyt, who gave up 3 runs on 4 hits and an error in the inning. Hoyt, 2 walks and 3 strikeouts in the ball game. Pioneers bullpen starting to get loose now in the form of Zach Nelson. With Elmira trailing by 4, it'll be Manganiello followed by Hammer and Grabowski, the 9, 10, and 1 in the Elmira order, to step to the dish in the home half of the third as lofting a pop-up well beyond third base is Grant Ingram. He gives it a look and it goes beyond his reach out. So the count remains 0-2 to Manganiello. Pioneers have left 2 runners on base in the ball game. Both came in the bottom of the second. Has so far no runs on no hits, no errors for Logan Bowman through 2+ innings of work, 2 walks and no strikeouts. As he comes set, fires 0-2 with the bases empty and nobody out. Bowman wanted the called strike 3, didn't get it. A hair inside and high to Manganiello. As Anthony takes, it's a ball and 2 strikes. One-two, fastball. Hit on the ground to the backhand side at first, and it skips off the glove of Wooten into right field for a E3. As Wooten would have played it to his backhand side and made a strong throw, in all likelihood, to Bowman at first. So it'll be an E3 on Wooten, allowing Manganiello to reach. First error in the ball game committed by the Pilots. So the Pioneers still looking for their first hit of the game. Runner on first base with nobody out, and here comes the right-handed hitting Brendan Hammer. I want to talk about a guy who has worked counts. Brendan is the epitome of that as he digs in from the right side, takes a fastball at the knees for a called strike one. Hammer batting .235 across 13 ball games. He's gotten the start in 12, interchangeable at the third and second base position, 8 hits, no extra base hits, and 6 RBIs. As the breaking ball fouled first base side out of play. Hammer possessing a .422 on-base percentage in the process. Hammer, really nice sliding play in the top of the second inning to retire Alex Wooten as he slid to his backhand side and made an off-balance throw to complete what was then the second out of the inning. He dribbles one on the ground to shortstop. Loyal steps on the bag, one on to first in time for a 6-3 double play. So the bases are empty now. 2 quick outs in the bottom of the third. Back to the top of the batting order in Grabowski. Pioneers 13-12-1 on the season. We mentioned 8-4-1 at home. So far 4-1 against the Newark Pilots. Identical records against both the Pilots and the Geneva Red Wings. Elmira will see Geneva tomorrow afternoon from Sal Maloney Field at McDonough Park for only the second time on the road versus the Red Wings this season. Red Wings coming in, winning 6 of their last 10 ball games. They're in action at the Auburn Doubledays tonight. This backdoor breaking ball catches the outside corner for a called strike one to Grabowski. Aiden flew out to shallow left field, and Jacob Poletto on the first pitch he saw in the bottom of the first inning as he dribbles the next offering off the catcher's mitt of Zeissern to the backstop. 0-2 the count on Aiden. Second-year Pioneer returner, a native of Avon Lake, Ohio, coming off a career season in batting average at Tiffin University, possessing a .324 average across 22 ball games in Elmira in 2025 as he takes a backdoor breaking ball high, 1-2 the count. 24 hits, 6 doubles, and 15 RBIs for Grabowski. One-two from Bowman with 2 outs. Breaking ball hit on the ground, just foul. Ingram wouldn't have had a chance to the backhand side. That's how strong it was hit from Grabowski, but it just goes over the third base bag foul. So Aiden stays alive in the count. He'll see now a 5th pitch. 1-2 with the bases empty. Pios trail by 4, home half of the third on this picturesque Saturday evening from historic Dunn Field. Bowman sets and fires the 1-2. Fastball high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. After Grabowski, it would be Ty Martineau. 2-2. Cut on and missed into the catcher's glove. That's strike 3 as Grabowski down on strikes. So for the Pioneers, no runs on no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. We'll take it to the 4th. Newark ahead 4-0 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Pilots lead 4-0 as we enter the top of the 4th inning. Want to apologize for originally having Logan Bowman inserted as the starting pitcher. That's what was originally handed on the lineup card for tonight's ball game. Instead, it's been Warner Gearhart, the left-handed pitcher out of Greenwich Country Day School, number 20 for the Newark Pilots. Nonetheless, Gearhart doing a fantastic job across 3 innings of work so far, keeping the Pioneers off balance. Still no hits for Elmira. New pitcher in the ball game for the Pioneers. It's Zach Nelson who's on, and he fires a breaking ball high and away. 1-0 the count to the left-handed hitting Jacob Poletto. It'll be Poletto followed by Wagner and Brown, the 8, 9, and 10 in the Newark order, to step to the dish against Zach Nelson, first righty in the ball game for the Pioneers, as Poletto dribbles the breaking ball foul in the box. 1-1 the count. Nelson, a local native and original attendee of Corning Community College, now at Alfred State. Final line of the ball game for Owen Hoyt. He lasts 3 innings of work, gives up 7 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts, 1 looking. 1-1 with nobody out and the base is empty. Righty on lefty matchup. Nelson fires a fastball high and away. 2-1 the count. Nelson steps off the rubber. We'd like to thank everyone who loyally comes out to Dunn Field to support your back-to-back West Division champion Elmira Pioneers. And we want to remind you that a Pioneers game is a great way to bring your group together. Whether it's a school, church, business, youth sports organization, or anything in between, the Pioneers are also able to offer great picnic options for your organization or business. Reserve your group today by calling 607-734-2690. Go Pios. 3-1 with nobody out. Hit on the ground sharply wide of first foul. It'll be a full count from Nelson to the left-handed hitting Jacob Poletto with nobody out. for Nelson on the season. This is Zach's 6th appearance, a 1-1 ERA. He's given up 17 earned runs across 7 2/3 innings of work. A high pop-up behind third, John Simmons and Grabowski. It's Grabowski the call on the catch and foul ground for out number 1 as he raced over and called off John Simmons, who kind of had an impossible angle of a route to that baseball. Grabowski taking the better angle. Obviously, that would just be natural from the shortstop position as he puts it away for out number 1. So with the bases empty, that'll bring up the righty hitting designated hitter in Liam Wagner. Wagner struck out, swinging against Owen Hoyt in the top of the 2nd inning. Brief conversation concludes between Carl Wagner and Zach Nelson on the mound. Pioneers would also like to extend a special thank you to Duncan as they have teamed up with the Food Bank of the Southern Tier program. For each run your Pioneers score this season, Duncan will donate 1 pound of coffee to the Food Bank of the Southern Tier. Thanks, Duncan. Dribbled foul from Wagner, 0-1 the count. Solid ball game for the Pilots so far. As we alluded to, they got their 7 runs through 3 innings of work against Owen Hoyt. A bit of a tougher night for Hoyt, who's been absolute dynamite to begin in a Pioneers uniform. Had the 2 amazing starts. This one lofted deep down the left field line. It's going to scurry foul out of play. 0-2 the count. Jason Brown awaits on deck. He reached on an infield single in the top of the 3rd. 0-2, and that one clips the helmet of Liam Wagner, or did it get the bat? Regardless, it rolls away from the catcher, Wagner. Seems as if it got the bat of Liam Wagner. So 2 Wagners present at the plate right now. Liam in the box, Wagner behind home. As Nelson regathers his footing from behind the mound, he'll get set to deal a 1-2 count with 1 out. Zach sets and fires, fastball fouled off. Pioneers would also like to thank AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment for being the official motorsport provider for your back-to-back West Division champion Pioneers. Visit them today at 1669 South Main Street in Mansfield, Pennsylvania. A 1-2 count with 1 out. Righty-on-righty matchup, Zach Nelson to Liam Wagner. Top of the 4th inning, Newark with a 4-0 lead over your Elmira Pioneers. Nelson out of the windup, sets and fires a breaking ball from the right side of the rubber. Popped up way behind first base. Palmer gives it a look. It dies out of play near the Pioneer bullpen. Count remains 1-2. Fans, be sure to come out to Dunn Field on Tuesday, July 8th as your Elmira Pioneers get set to host the Geneva Red Wings. Doors open promptly 1 hour before first pitch at 5:30 p.m. For tickets, call 607-734-2690. Go Pios. Nelson for the right side of the rubber delivers a 1-2. Breaking ball inside. Ducking out of the way was Wagner. Started up around his head. You've seen that junk executed from Zach on a nightly basis. He can really work it well when he lives around the strike zone. A lot of these pitches very slow and can fool a lot of hitters, as you've seen Wagner duck every which way from the righty batter's box so far in this at-bat. As Nelson gets set, fires a 2-2 fastball just off the outside corner. And that's exactly the repertoire of a really strong pitcher when you can see Zach just all of a sudden pepper a fastball, enticing there for Wagner to swing. Nonetheless, the Pilots' designated hitter takes, and he's worked himself a great at-bat. Full count with the bases empty and 1 out as Nelson comes set, fires breaking ball, and this one does clip Wagner. It would have been ball 4 regardless, but a hit batsman to Wagner puts him on with 1 out in the top of the 4th. So it'll be Jason Brown, the right fielder, to come to the plate. Your back-to-back West Division champion Elmira Pioneers would like to thank Clarion Inn Horseheads Elmira for being the official host hotel for the Pioneers. If you're looking for a great place to stay or host an event, be sure to visit them on Water Street in downtown Elmira. Righty on lefty matchup, it's Brown with 1 out, a medium-sized lead off at first for the designated hitter Wagner, who got plunked by Nelson as the fastball taken high and in tight from Brown. Pioneers trail by 4 here in game number 6 of the season against Newark, home game number 14, a field in which the Pioneers have defended well, especially considering their 0-1 start, 0-3 collectively, 2 losses on the road following opening night. As the 1-0 dribbled foul wide of Palmer at first, 1-1 the count. Nice play barehanded made by first base coach Asher Askridge for the Newark Pilots. You go to the other side, as we referenced in the bottom of the second inning when Marcus Smith vociferously was vouching for his starting pitcher Warren Gearhart, feeling that Carl Wagner went around on a check swing to end the bottom of the second inning. That's the kind of guy Marcus Smith is, a fantastic coach for the Newark Pilots. Brings a lot of emotion and energy to the game as this one lined into right field from Brown for a base hit. Taking second base in the process as Wagner, 2 on with 1 out here in the top of the 4th against Nelson. So 4 hits in the top of the 3rd, now 1 in the top of the 4th, and the Pilots are set up. Wagner's off a second, Brown's off a first, and it's rolled back to the top of the batting order in Nick DiGiacomo. 2 strikeouts in the ball game, 1 swinging in the top of the 1st, 1 looking in the top of the 3rd, both against Owen Hoyt. Middle infield's at their regular double play depth, outfield's at medium depth. Palmer crashes into the first base bag. Simmons 5 feet behind the third base bag. Alice Nelson kicks and fires a breaking ball. That catches Twine on the outside corner for a called strike 1. So now 4 runs on 8 hits through 3 1/3 innings of work against both a lefty and a righty for the Pioneers, as the breaking ball going right back to that outside corner for a called strike 2 on DiGiacomo, who slumps the shoulders. It's been an 0-for-2 night for him, as we've already mentioned. DiGiacomo still coming in with a solid .298 batting average and a collective .899 OPS, a .452 on-base percentage. DiGiacomo 6 extra base hits, 14 hits, and 9 RBIs. Another RBI opportunity out here for him as William Wagner leads off a second, Jason Brown off a first, as Nelson gets the breaking ball fouled off. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes, with Cooper Loyal waiting on deck. 1 run at the top of the 1st for Newark, 3 in the top of the 3rd. Nelson looking for his ender on the Pilots' leadoff man. Zach 2 looks at second, fires an 0-2, and that one clipped. DiGiacomo, he'll take first base. Second hit batsman of the inning for Nelson. Bases are loaded with 1 out. So the Pioneers have Casey Julkowski getting warm in the bullpen. Elmira are already trailing by 4. In the top of the 4th inning, Newark only trailing the Pioneers by half a game for 5th place. As Marcus Smith at the third base coaching box directing traffic, it's Cooper Loyal, the Plainview, New York native, to dig in from the right side. Loyal, a solid season, batting over .300 with the University of Albany Great Danes. Righty-on-righty matchup with Nelson with 1 out. Breaking ball fired over the outside corner, good enough for a called strike 1. Wagner's off a 3rd, Brown's off a 2nd. DiGiacomo off a 1st after Nelson induced a pop-up to the shortstop Grabowski and foul ground behind 3rd off the bat of the lefty swinging Jacob Paletto. 0-1, breaking ball hit on the ground to 3rd. Simmons is going to come home. They'll get the force 1. Wagner no throw to 1st, but a good job by the Pioneers' 3rd baseman to get out number 2. So Wagner's cut down at the plate. Brown advances to 3rd, DiGiacomo to 2nd, and Loyal reaches on a 5-2 fielder's choice. 2 outs. Bases remain full with a 4-0 lead for Newark. 2 outs, top of the 4th. So it'll be the lefty hitting second baseman Anthony Hector, with Nelson a chance to get out of it. In the inning, only 1 hit for Newark, but the bases remain jammed. Should Nelson get out of it, it'll be the heart of the Pioneers' order come to the plate, looking to get Elmira back in the ballgame. Martineau, Gramesti, and Palmer in the home half of the 4th. Nelson sets from the right side of the rubber kicks and fires a breaking ball away at the belt of Hector, who takes 1-0 the count. Elmo. Breaking ball. Dribbled on the ground to Brendan Hammer at second. He'll go the short way with a flip to Grabowski at second in time to conclude the top of the fourth. So in the inning, no runs and a hit. No Pioneers errors, and 3 runners stranded on base. 3.5 through. Newark ahead by 4 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Dunn Field as we get you set for the bottom of the 4th inning of action. The Newark Pilots ahead of the Elmira Pioneers 4-0. I'm Farrell Hudson for the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Glad you could spend part of your Saturday evening and extended holiday weekend with us. As looks like a bit of a lineup card switch from home plate umpire. As we'll patiently wait for the inning to begin. Pioneers would like to thank Multimedia Service in South Corning for being the official printer for your back-to-back West Division champion Elmira Pioneers. Take a look around Dunn Field, and all the signage you see is printed by none other than Multimedia Services. So not entirely sure what that lineup switch was about, but what we do know is Warren Gearhart back on the mound for the Pilots in the bottom of the 4th inning. Gearhart's looked really good through 3 innings of work. He'll go up against the 2, 3, and 4 in the Elmira order. Breaking ball off the plate. Martineau takes a ball and no strikes. Gearhart pitching to a 3.38 ERA across 6 appearances. He's making only his 2nd start. Struck out 9 and walked only 7 across 13 innings of work as he bounces a fastball in the dirt. 2-0 the count to Martineau as Gearhart slipped throwing the pitch off the mound. 2-0 to tie in the ball game for Martineau. Tapped on the ground to the shortstop Loyal, his last trip to the plate. Fists one off the end of the bat to the middle of the diamond, rolling to the backhand side as Hector off balance throw, not in time. Martineau beats it out. So an infield single for Ty. He's aboard to lead off the bottom of the 4th inning. The first hit of the ball game for the Pioneers. It breaks up Gearhart's no-hitter. So here comes TJ Grimesti to the plate. Runner on first with nobody out. Grimesti batting .375 across 25 games, 80 plate appearances. Entering tonight's ball game. A .1007 OPS for him as he takes a breaking ball low and inside from Gearhart. 1 ball and no strikes the count. Werner Gearhart checks on first base. 4 runs on 8 hits and 1 error for the Pilots. No runs on 1 hit and 1 error for the Pioneers. Grimesti, who's the Pioneers hit leader across 25 ball games. Lines went sharply down the third baseline foul. 1-1 the count. Grimesti, 30 hits, 7 extra base hits, a homer, and 13 RBIs. Rising sophomore out of Boca Raton, Florida, an attendee of Florida Atlantic University. Guy's coming off a fantastic high school career and completing one season of collegiate baseball at the Division I level. As the breaking ball taken off the outside edge. 2 balls and a strike the count to Grimesti. Sun setting and a nice easy wind starting to blow in here at Dunn Field. Nice crowd on hand on a Saturday evening. Warner Gearhart, 3+ innings of no-run ball as he fires back to first base to check on Martineau. For Ty, he's got 5 stolen bases on the season. Let's see if he goes here with nobody out. Short lead off at first base, and the fastball catches the outside corner, called strike 2 to Grimesti. With Martineau off and running. Throw down to second base from the catcher Zeiser. Not in time. Tag applied a second late by Hector. A stolen base for Martineau. He advances into scoring position. A 2-2 count with nobody out. It's rather a full count. Apologies. 2-2 pitch missed outside. Payoff pitch to Grimesti, a high fly ball foul. First base side out of play. After Grimesti, it's Michael Palmer. Grimesti and Palmer, 2 of the 3 Pioneers with a dinger on the season. All homers for Elmira coming here at Dunn Field. Let's see what Warner Gearhart options with a full count. Delivers and the fastball fouled off. First base side out of play from Grimesti once again. Some good pieces from TJ, who continues to stay alive. He'll remain to see an 8th pitch now on the at-bat as the catcher Zeiser goes out to have a conversation with his starter in Gearhart. Pilots fans, are you hungry and looking for an amazing place to eat, get great drinks, and incredible service? Be sure to then come to Texas Roadhouse on County Route 64 in Horseheads. Grimesti back in the box. Zeiser back at the dish. It'll be a payoff pitch to the righty hitting Pioneers right fielder with nobody out. Bottom of the 4th inning, Elmira trails by 4 and a swing and a miss. Great breaking ball executed by Gearhart for out number 1. So the backdoor slider's the second strikeout of the ball game. Both have come swinging for the Pios. Here comes Michael Palmer with a runner on second and 1 out. Gearhart gets his sign, comes set. First pitch to Palmer, breaking ball swung on and missed. For strike 1. Let's take a drive across the league tonight. Tarpskunks and Ironbacks at George Taylor Field in St. Catharines, Ontario, tied at 12. Auburn ahead of Geneva 10-3 in the bottom of the 4th. Batavia ahead of Niagara Falls. That's the Americans 8-2, or 8-2-2, shall I say, in a first place battle as Palmer takes the breaking ball outside. 1-1 the count. In the East Division, Utica ahead of Mohawk Valley 4-3, and Saugerties ahead of Oneonta 3-1. Breaking ball catches the outside corner at the knees. Palmer taking for a called strike 2. 1-2 the count with 1 out. Bottom of the 4th inning. The Pilots ahead 4-0. A 3-run top of the 3rd on 4 hits off of Owen Hoyt, who departs the ball game with 4 runs, 4 earned, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. 3 innings pitched and 7 hits. Nelson took over in the top of the 4th as Palmer's bat goes flying. A swing and a miss. That was up against the Pioneers' dugout. Had a bit of a concern for Elmira. They'll share a couple laughs about that as Palmer's down on strikes. Now the 3rd strikeout in the ball game across 3 2/3 innings of work for Gearhart. As besides the infield single for Martineau, 2 outs now for the righty hitting Brandon Dubeck. So it'll be Dobek to bat with 2 outs on the season for Brendan. Across 13 games played and 11 starts, 9 RBIs, so .535 on base percentage. Entering the ball game as he takes a fastball over the inside corner for a called strike 1. Martineau dances off the second base bag, bluffs, and takes a breaking ball just off the outside corner. 1-1 the count. Martineau's got great speed. Outfield at medium depth. A single likely scores the Pioneers' first run of the ball game. Lefty on righty matchup. One look at second. Gerhardt fires a 1-1 breaking ball. Catches the outside corner at the knees. Called strike 2 to Dobek. Dobek shaking his head no, not entirely thrilled with that. Called strike 2. One-two with 2 outs. Fastball just off the outside corner. Gerhardt and the Pilots were slightly departed for the dugout. They have to come on back. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Good chess match being played here by the Pilots southpaw and the righty hitting extra hitter for the Pioneers. 2-2 to Dobek with 2 outs. Fastball flied foul. First base side out of play. Brandon stays alive. If you own a business looking for a janitor, supplier, or supplies, call Vasco Brands and tell them the back-to-back West Division champion Elmira Pioneers sent you. 2-2 the count with 2 outs. Pios looking to get their first run of the game across with Martineau extending off the second base bag. He takes off for third, breaking ball inside of the dirt. He stops right there about a third of the way between the second and third base bag. He'll retreat back to second on an incoming payoff pitch to Dobek. There is a base to put Brandon on, but then you'll deal with Brett Baker, one of the hottest Pioneers hitters. On-base percentage well north of 400. Payoff pitch to Dobek with 2 outs. Reaches out, pokes a fastball foul down the right field line, out of play. So the count remains full. Good chess match continuing between Gerhardt and Dobek. Payoff pitch, reached out and poked into shallow right center field. That's going to drop down for a base hit. Martineau rounds third. He'll easily coast to the plate and score. An RBI single for Dobek. And the Pioneers are on the board. It's now 4-1 Newark. So for Dobek, he's in double digits with the RBIs. Number 10 on the season for him. Brandon 1 for 2 now in the ball game. That'll bring up the lefty swinging Brett Baker to the dish with 2 outs and a run home in the inning for Elmira. First pitch to Baker, fastball fouled back, 0-1. Four runs on 8 hits and 1 error for the Pilots. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 error for the Pioneers. All the damage for Elmira coming here in the home half of the 4th. Second time through the order against the lefty Warner Gerhardt. A 1 breaking ball catches the outside corner for a called strike 2 to Baker. Brett in his first trip to the plate walked. Brett was down in that count 0-2. Battled all the way back for another nice at-bat. He'll look to do the same here with 2 outs. Newark ahead by 3, home half of the 4th. As Gerhardt kicks and fires, breaking ball a bit lower that time, taken below the knees from Baker. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. One-two, fastball. Line down the left field line, foul. Out of play, so Baker will now see a 5th pitch in the at-bat. One-two, fastball high and away, 2-2 the count. It's Dobek who leads off at first. with 2 outs, with Wooten holding him on. Loyal and Hector on the lip of the outfield grass. Ingram a couple steps behind at third. Outfield at medium depth, playing a bit deeper in left field is Paletto. For the lefty swinging Baker. 2-2 fastball, outside corner. Brett takes for a called strike 3. And that'll do it for the Pioneers in the home half of the 4th. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. 4 innings through, Newark ahead by 3 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Zach Nelson on for his second full inning of work, top of the 5th inning, as the Pioneers trail by 3 runs, as Nelson kicks and fires a strike to the righty hitting third baseman Grant Ingram. 2 for 2 in the ball game with 2 RBI singles. Pilots ahead 4-1 here over the Pioneers, as this one popped first base side, foul, up against the railing of the dugout, 0-2. Zach Nelson in that top of the 4th inning gave up no runs on a hit 2 batsmen, and stranded 3 Pilots on base. No strikeouts, no runs, no earned, across an inning plus of work for Nelson in the ball game, as stepping out of the box to collect himself is Ingram. Pios fans looking for something to eat or drink after the game? Well, don't look too far. Kahuna's Bar is open after the game, and fans can redeem their game ticket for $1 off their first drink. Thanks, Kahuna's, and go Pios. 0-2. Breaking ball misses off the outside edge. 1-2 the count. Nelson is the second pitcher the Pioneers have utilized in the ball game. The first in relief, on in relief of the southpaw Owen Hoyt, who lasted 3 innings of work in his second home start, third start as an Elmira Pioneer, and his first start in 15 days. One that was also his second start against the Newark Pilots. For the most part, Hoyt faring well, although he is in line for the loss in tonight's ball game should the Pios not come back from this deficit to tie. Dribbled on the ground, wide of Marcus Smith in the third base coaching box, foul. Ingram continues to stay alive and swing a hot bat at the dish, was wiped off of first with a wide lead in the top of the first inning, had an RBI single and came around to score in the top of the third on what was a 3-run 4-hit inning, eventually knocking Owen Hoyt out of the ball game. Even at 2s with the bases empty and nobody out, as Nelson kicks and fires, and he hits his third batter of the game as the breaking ball runs inside on Grant Ingram. So a runner on first base with nobody out, as Ingram reaches for the third time in the ball game, and that'll bring up the EH, Brady King. So it'll be a righty-on-righty matchup with Ingram off of first and nobody out. Nelson gets his sign, comes set from the right side of the rubber, working out of the stretch position. Kicks and fires, fastball outside corner taken at the belt for a called strike one from King. Simmons is even with the bag at third. Grabowski on the lip of the outfield grass at shortstop. Hammer the same over at second as Palmer is holding on the dancing Ingram off of first. Breaking ball fouled back as it hung over the inside part of the dish. King protecting, nothing into the count. For Brady King, a fly ball to TJ Garmestian right in the top of the first, and then an RBI single, and then advanced to second on an E7 from the left fielder Manganiello, his last trip to the plate. Oh, 2 from Nelson, cut on and missed. Breaking ball tipped into the glove of Wagner. That's strike 3. That's out number 1 in the inning. So the first strikeout of the ball game for Zach. 1 out and 1 on, and that'll bring up the righty hitting catcher Parker Zeiser. For the Pilots, 4 runs on 8 hits and an error. For Elmira, a run on 2 hits and 1 error. As the Pioneers trail by 3 in home game number 14 of the season. Game number 5 out of 6 on the week and across 120 hours or so as the breaking ball over the outside corner for a called strike 1. Nelson working as Zeiser for the first time in the ball game. Parker Zeiser 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the third as he floats one into shallow right center field for a base hit that'll dunk to the backhand side of Gramesti, who fields. Fires to third base as Ingram's advancing. Simmons applies the tag, not in time, as getting in safely ahead of the tag was Ingram, who motored around second base and got into third. So Ingram, who reached on the hit batsman, gets all the way up to third on a single into right center off the bat of Parker Zeiser. They're on the corners with 1 out, top of the 5th. Pios still trail by 3. Here comes the righty hitting first baseman Alex Wooten, who tapped on the ground to Brendan Hammer at second. Pumped up to Michael Palmer at first, his last trip to the plate in the third. Nelson looking to escape his second consecutive inning with a jam-filled situation. They're on the corners with 1 out. Ingram leads off a third. Zeiser off a first, breaking ball in the dirt. Backhanded stab by Wagner to keep it alive in front of the plate, 1-0. It'll be Wooten followed by Jacob Paletto, the left fielder. Good speed on the bases tonight from Newark. As there was an infield hit that Paletto legged out. In the top of the second inning, he awaits on deck. Breaking ball off the inside edge. 2 balls and no strikes the count. Nelson sets and fires. Fastball off the outside corner. 3 balls and no strikes with 1 out. Casey Julkowski was warming just a few minutes ago in the Pioneers bullpen. Potentially ready now to come into the ball game with Nelson facing a bit of hot water. 3-0 the count. Runners on the corners and 1 out. Deep breath from Zach, who kicks and fires a fastball over the outside corner for a called strike 1. One from Nelson. Fastball outside corner for a called strike 2. Zach replicating his 3-0 pitch, going back to the same spot. So it'll be a payoff pitch on the way with 1 out. Nelson against the right-handed hitting Wooten with Paletto on deck. Ingram leads off a third. Zeiser off a first. With Elmira trailing by 3. Snap throw back to first to keep Zeiser, the catcher, modest. Zach sets and delivers a payoff pitch. Fastball outside for ball 4. So for Nelson, it's the first walk of the ball game issued. He's had 3 hit batsmen. Bases are now loaded with one out, and Eric Burkan comes out to the mound for the Pioneers. Burkan's going to chat things over with Nelson. Not entirely sure whether he's going to pull him from the ball game just yet. Fans, come join the back-to-back West Division champion Pioneer family with season tickets starting at just $99. Stop by the merchandise stand to sign up today. So they're all loaded up for the Pilots. 4-1 Newark leads, top of the fifth, with one out. First relief pitcher in the ball game, it's Zach Nelson, who's last in an inning and a third for the Pioneers. As we mentioned, for Zach, not entirely his best start to the 2025 season. But hanging in nicely here to give the Pioneers what could be a very formidable relief effort should he induce a double play to get Elmira out of the inning. Simmons is in at third, Palmer in at first, middle infield at the regular double play depth, in the outfield, Manganiello, Baker, and Grimesti left to right at medium depth. Nelson served as an integral instrument of that championship team last year, or the team rather in the Pioneers that went to the championship round against Amsterdam. To be more specific, the West Division championship team rolled on the ground past Palmer at first base and into right field for a base hit. Coming in to score easily is Ingram. Right behind him is Zeisser on a 2-run single off the bat of Jacob Poletto, and it's now 6-1 Newark. So the first hit of the inning plates home 2 runs in the ball game. That's hit number 10. And out to the mound comes Andrew Drum. That's going to do it for Nelson in the ball game, with Casey Jolkowski on tap to come in relief. We'll take a short timeout and come back in a few moments on the Pioneers Baseball Network. 6-1, the Pilots lead here in the top of the 5th inning with 1 out. A new pitcher in the ball game for the Pioneers. It's the right-hander Casey Jolkowski, who's on to face the righty-hitting designated hitter Liam Wagner, with Newark ahead by 5 as the fastball inside at the knees of Wagner. As Carl Wagner, Pioneers catcher, had to dive in and spear it to the forehand side with his glove. 1-0 the count. So Zach Nelson's final line in the ball game, he lasts an inning and a third. As a pop-up. Behind first, it's Michael Palmer. He calls and catches for out number 2. So a good start for Jolkowski. 2 outs now in the top of the 5th. And that'll bring up Jason Brown to the plate to round out the Newark batting order. Jolkowski comes set, right side of the rubber, and fires. Fastball outside corner for a called strike 1. For Casey, this is his 8th relief appearance. Jolkowski's 2-0 across 10 1/3 innings of work. Only 3 earned runs on 4 walks and 6 strikeouts, pitching to an opposing batting average of .250. Nothing in 1 with 2 outs. Fastball top of the zone. Brown takes for a called strike 2. It'll be 0-2 with 2 outs. In the inning, 2 hits, both came against Zach Nelson. Jolkowski looking for 2 consecutive outs to close out the top of the 5th as he comes set right side of the rubber. A deep breath, a rock, and fire. Tapping out on the ground to first. Palmer, a nice scoop to the backhand side. Flips to Jolkowski, covering the bag in time. A nice play made to end the top of the 5th inning. 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Halfway home, Newark ahead by 5 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Pioneers Baseball here from historic Dunn Field in Elmira, New York, with your Elmira Pioneers trailing the Newark Pilots by a score of 6-1. A new pitcher in the ball game on in relief of Warren Gearhart, who was phenomenal across 4 innings of work. 1 run on 1 earned, 2 hits, and he only surrendered 1 walk while striking out 3. So Gearhart's day is done, and now it's turned over to Logan Bowman, the original starting pitcher in the ball game, as Wagner bounces on the ground to the shortstop Loyal. Throw across the diamond, 1 pitch, 1 out. As Wagner's retired. Wagner had previously walked in the ball game prior to that at bat, so 1 out and the base is empty. And here comes the lefty swinging John Simmons. So for Bowman, this is his 6th appearance of the season, pitching to a 1.38 ERA, a 1-0 record. Primarily his appearances coming in relief, just like here in this situation. As Wagner tapped out, it's now the 8-hitter Simmons and the 9-hitter Manganiello to follow here in the home half of the 5th. Righty on lefty matchup as kicking and firing a fastball low and away for ball 1 is Bowman. Simmons flew out to Brown in right field his first trip to the plate. (1-0) with 1 out. Breaking ball inside. Simmons takes 2-0. Sets and fires. Fastball low and away. Simmons launching 3 consecutive to open up his at-bat. 3-0 count with 1 out. 6 runs on 9 hits and 1 error for the Pilots. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 error for the Pioneers. Fastball outside corner. Simmons takes for a called strike 1. It'll be a 3-1 to Simmons with 1 out. Fastball off the outside corner for ball 4. So Simmons walks with 1 out. And it's Anthony Manganiello, 2nd consecutive lefty to come to the plate against the righty Bowman here in the home half of the 5th. Pioneers would like to thank Absolute Care of 3 Rivers, AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Sports, Al's Leasing, Ann's Pancakes, Blaze Brockway Contracting, and Buckley's Automotive for their loyal sponsorship throughout the course of the 2025 season. As Bowman fires a fastball low and in tight to Manganiello, Anthony takes 1 ball and no strikes the count. As Simmons walked, he's the runner off of first. Bottom of the 5th inning, medium-sized lead for Simmons against the righty Bowman from the stretch position, kicks and fires. Fastball off the plate, 2-0 the count. Pioneers gave up 2 more runs in the top of the 5th. That came from Zach Nelson. Casey Julkowski came on with 1 out, and runners on the corners got 2 consecutive outs. Get out of the inning unscathed. Fastball catches the corner for a called strike to Manganiello. 2-1. Breaking ball inside. Manganiello takes 3 balls and a strike the count. Pioneers overall 141 runs across 26 ball games. Looking at their opposing numbers, 6.04 ERA for Pioneers collective pitching across 202 2/3 innings of work. Pitching to an opposing batting average of 275. Pioneers hitting 254 across the rest of the league. 3-1 outside corner, called strike 2. Mango was walking away with the bat. He takes. It's a full count with 1 out. Mango calls time and steps back in. He'll wait a payoff pitch from Bowman with 1 out. Out of the stretch, Bowman fires high with a fastball for ball 4. That's the 2nd consecutive walk issued in the bottom of the 5th. 2 on for Elmira with 1 out. Pioneers would like to also thank Bully Hill Vineyard, CAF USA, Centralis Health, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung County AG Promotions, Chemung Supply, and Coca-Cola for their loyal sponsorship throughout the course of the 2025 season. Ready on ready matchup. It's Brendan Hammer squaring a bunt. He pops it up. Foul behind the catcher, Zeiser, who can't get to it. 0-1 the count. Bowman's been working continuously out of the stretch position. As he gives a look at Simmons off a second, Manganiello off a first. Hammer slaps it down the third baseline. Foul out of play. 0-2 the count. Six to 1 the Pilots lead here in what's their third ball game of the season from Dunn Field. Elmira 2-0 on their home field against Newark, 2-1 at Colburn Park. These two teams will meet twice more this season. Breaking ball, that kicks off the catcher, Zeiser. Both runners will advance 90 feet. Simmons rounds third. He's coming to the plate. Here's the throw from the catcher, Zeiser. Tag applied in time. As getting it safely. Oh, Simmons got in. So apologies on my behalf. I thought that the tag was applied for the out. Apparently it was not. So a run home for the Pioneers. As that skipped off the glove of the catcher, Zeiser, which allowed Simmons to come all the way around. Now Marcus Smith having a conversation with the home plate umpire. As Manganiello goes all the way to third, it's now a 4-run ball game, a 1-2 count with one out. As Smith just an extended stare at the plate ump and held apart. So it'll be a 1-2 pitch to Hammer. A run home in the inning for the Pioneers. Still not a hit, but Elmira will take it. Righty on righty matchup. 1-2 to Hammer. Breaking ball taken low. 2-2 the count. Elmira will look to crawl back in here. 2-2 with one out. Hammer flies it to deep center. That's going to get a run home. DiGiacomo settles under it. He'll make the catch. Coming to the plate is Manganiello. He'll easily score on a sacrifice fly off the bat of Brendan Hammer. It's now a 6-3 game. And that rolls it back to the top of the batting order. With 2 outs and the bases empty, here comes Aiden Grabowski. You got the kids doing a couple Let's Go Pios chants. So Elmira with a 2-run inning of their own. Kids getting ready for the kids race. A nice crowd on hand on this Saturday evening. Weather has cooled off considerably. A couple clouds coming into play. Elmira looking to defend their home field well. This is only the second home game on a Saturday for Elmira. They'll have only one more this season. It'll be an exhibition. It'll come against Buffalo on July 19th. Even with the bag at third is Crane Ingram for Grabowski. 0 for 2 in the ball game is Aiden. Righty on righty matchup with Logan Bowman, who kicks and fires a breaking ball. Aiden takes at the knees for a called strike 1. So in the inning, 2 runs and no hits in 2/3 of work for Logan Bowman. Got a ground ball off the bat of Wagner, 2 consecutive walks. Both walks come in, so the walks kill on both ends tonight as the fastball fired off the plate to Grabowski. 1-1 the count. Aiden with a fly ball to shallow left and Jacob Paletto in the bottom of the first and a strikeout in the bottom of the third. Grabowski entering tonight's ball game with a .324 batting average, primarily manning the shortstop position. This all way to 1-1 offering. Working from the right side of the rubber is Bowman, who fires. Breaking ball fouled back. 1-2 count on Grabowski. Bowman comes set, fires a 1-2. Grabowski just gets a piece to stay alive, fouls it off. For Logan Bowman, he attends Alfred State University, the right-hander out of Sodus, New York. Did not appear for Alfred State in the 2025 season, but he's appeared in a considerable amount of innings so far for Newark as he fires a 1-2 to Grabowski, tapped on the ground, wide of third base, foul. Aiden stays alive in the count. He'll see a sixth pitch. Bowman gets his sign and comes set from the right side of the rubber. Out of the stretch position with the bases empty. Fires home a 1-2. Line to third. Caught by Ingram. So that'll do it for the Pios in the inning. 2 runs and no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. We've played 5 innings. Elmira behind 3 here on the Pioneers Baseball Network. So the Pioneers cut into the Newark lead. It's now 6-3 Pilots as we enter the top of the 6th inning. It's back to the top of the batting order. DiGiacomo followed by Loyal and Hector against the right-hander Casey Julkowski, who completed 2/3 innings of perfect work in the top of the 5th in relief of Zach Nelson. He got a pop-up off the bat of the designated hitter Liam Wagner, and then a ground ball to first base, picked on 2 hops by Michael Palmer with an underhanded flip to Julkowski covering the bag, which concluded the top of the 5th. So that's where we stand now. 6 runs on 9 hits and 1 error for the Pilots. 3 runs on 2 hits and an error for the Pioneers as Julkowski fires a swing and a miss. DiGiacomo in the ball game. 2 strikeouts got plunked by Nelson in the top of the 4th. For Nelson, he gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. Hit 3 batsmen as Julkowski fires in the dirt. Wagner stops that. 1-2 the count. So Logan Bowman in the bottom of the 5th inning. No hits, but 2 runs on 2 earned as he walks 2. Doesn't strike out anybody. One, 2 with nobody out. A check swing from DiGiacomo. Field umpire says he went around as DiGiacomo cannot believe it. Asher Askridge at first base, not too thrilled with the first base umpire, and you can hear Marcus Smith telling DiGiacomo to, hey, calm down. Need you in the ball game as he departs back to the dugout. He's retired for out number 1. Pilots seemingly have been at odds with the umpiring crew throughout the course of the ball game. A couple different calls in which they've questioned. First pitch from Julkowski to the right-handed hitting Loyal is a ball, 1-0. For DiGiacomo, likely more just frustration on his part. It's the 3rd strikeout in the ball game for him as Julkowski motors along the fly ball to deep center. Going back on his horse and settling under it to make a nice running grab is Brett Baker for out number 2 in the inning. In all fairness, the check swing is a really tough call, and it's one that it seems like you just don't win no matter what the situation is. If it's a check swing that the home plate umpire calls himself, you're frustrated and you say, well, hey, why didn't you appeal down at first? If an umpire makes a call you disagree with down at first, you say, well, you're 120 feet away. The home plate umpire could have called it himself if it was egregious enough. So it's one of those plays where no one can be happy in that situation, especially a judgment call like that, but that's an element of the game of baseball that's so rare in comparison to other sports. Sure, you have judgment calls in every sport, but that's one that's just another unique intricacy in a game full of them in baseball as Julkowski fires a breaking ball over the inside corner for a called strike 1 to the 3-hitter and second baseman Anthony Hector, who fouls back the next one, and I guess a nice grab in the stands. You can hear a nice applause from the fans here at Dunn Field. So a 0-2 count from Julkowski to Hector with 2 outs and the bases empty. Pions trail by 3 here in the top of the 6th. Casey comes set, working out of the stretch position, winds and fires from the right side of the rubber. Fastball off the outside corner and high, 1-2 the count. Time called as Hector steps out. Julkowski sets, looking to complete a perfect 6th inning of work, and he might do it. A pop-up. Racing in at third base is John Simmons. Just can't get it. It's out of his reach as he goes up against the VIP box section with Grant Ingram also awaiting on deck. It was a long run for the Pioneers' third baseman, who almost made a really, really nice hustling grab. So it'll be a 1-2 from Julkowski to Hector. Bases are empty. Pions trail by 3. Casey fires, breaking ball, catches the outside corner for a called strike 3. Beautiful work by Casey as he retires the side, top of the batting order effectively in the top of the 6th. For the Pilots, no runs on no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. 5.5 through. Newark ahead by 3 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Pioneers Baseball. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Newark Pilots ahead of the Elmira Pioneers in front of a full moon. Pretty big house on hand to watch Ty Martineau step in. 2, 3, and 4 in the Pioneers batting order as Ty takes a fastball from Logan Bowman in his second inning of work over the outside corner for a called strike one. Ty in the ball game is 1 for 2, an infield single in the bottom of the 4th. Came around to score the first run of the ball game for Elmira as he awaits a 1-1 fastball off the outside edge. 2 balls and a strike the count. In the bottom of the 5th inning for Bowman, he came on in relief of Warner Gerhardt, who lasted 4 innings of work, 2 hits, a run, 1 earned, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. Pioneers have 2 hits, but have scraped across 3 runs in the ballgame as the fastball just off the outside corner, 3-1 the count. Three-one to Martineau, fastball inside corner for a called strike two. Martineau is tossing the bat. Andy Drum raises his head as Ty thought that was ball 4. He'll get his bat back. So it'll be a payoff pitch to Ty with nobody out. Bowman comes set out of the stretch position, right side of the rubber, righty on lefty matchup. Payoff pitch is fouled back by Martineau, who stays alive. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Time called. So it'll be a payoff pitch to Martineau with nobody out. Pios trail by 3. Newark with the 6-3 lead. As Bowman fires from the right side of the rubber, fastball fouled back against the screen by Martineau. Count remains full. Payoff pitch, Martineau swinging a foul ball as he grounds it wide at first down the right field line. So Martineau doing a nice job working the count. After Martineau, it's TJ Grimesti, 0 for 2 in the ball game. Getting a crunch time for the Pioneers. They face a Geneva team in which they're 4-1 against tomorrow from Sal Maloney Park at McDonough Field. Red Wings, as we alluded to, have won 6 of their last 10 ball games, but trailing by a lot at Auburn tonight. So that one's outside for ball 4. So Martineau wins the battle on the 8th or 9th pitch. He's down to first to lead off the bottom of the 6th with nobody out. So here comes TJ Grimesti. Righty and righty matchup with Martineau extending his lead off of first. 5 stolen bases for Ty. As Grimesti's going to square to bunt. Crashing in at third base is Ingram. Takes it back and takes a ball high and in tight. Sicer had to snare it to his forehand side. 1-0 the count. Grimesti squaring a bunt again. Takes fastball off the outside edge. 2-0 the count. Ingram really in now, about 20 feet in from the third base bag. Playing on the edge of the infield grass. Wooten's holding on Martineau at first. 2-0 to Grimesti, swinging away. Grounds one foul down the third base line. 2-1 the count. Bowman sets. Right side of the rubber. Martineau extends his lead off at first, and the breaking ball misses off the outside corner. 3-1 the count. With nobody out. Fastball inside for ball 4. So 2 consecutive walks from the righty Bowman to open up the bottom of the 6th inning, as Martineau will be off a second, and off of first base will be Grimesti, with Michael Palmer coming to the plate representing the tying run. As Marcus Smith having a conversation with the plate umpire, looking to likely make a change, as he's possibly bringing a reliever in. As now Smith goes out to the mound, and a new pitcher coming in for Newark. We'll take a short timeout and come back. Piles down 6-3 here in the bottom of the 6th on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Pioneers Baseball here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 on to nobody out for Elmira. They're in at the corners for Newark. Michael Palmer to the plate against the second right-hander in the ball game for Newark. And the second reliever, third pitcher, it's Liam Eshelman working out of the stretch position, kicks in, fires to Palmer, check swing. Field umpire says he did not go around. So the count 1 ball and no strikes to Palmer. Palmer a fly ball to left and a strikeout in the ball game. Fly ball coming in the second. The strikeout swinging in the bottom of the 4th. 1-0 with nobody out. Fastball inside corner. Palmer takes for a called strike 1. So 1-1 the count with nobody out. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Newark on with 6 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. For the Pioneers, 3 runs on 2 hits and 1 error. Breaking ball off the outside edge. 2-1 the count. So it'll be a 2-1 to Palmer. Good RBI opportunity for Mike. And good speed on the bases. Martineau leads off a second. Leading off a first is Grimesti. Has a swing and a foul ball. Third base side out of play from Palmer. 2 balls and 2 strikes. After Palmer, it'll be Brandon Dubeck, who had an RBI single his last trip to the plate. And Brett Baker, who struck out looking in the bottom of the 4th. Two on the way to Palmer with nobody out. Eshelman kicks and fires. Called strike 3 as Palmer cannot believe that as he gets thrown out of the game. And Michael Palmer's really ticked off with the plate umpire. Andy Drum's going to have a complaint now at the plate ump. And you figured someone was going to get tossed tonight. Both sides have been at odds. with the plate umpire. Drum not thrilled as he goes back to third base. You can hear Andy telling the plate ump that's terrible. So, a new first baseman will have to come in for Palmer. So that's tough for the Pioneers losing Michael Palmer because you're losing a great left-handed bat the rest of the ball game. Now, granted, you do get a freebie, meaning if you get thrown out of a ball game once, you're fine until the next time you get thrown out, then you get a suspension. And you can understand some of Michael's frustration. Maybe not the most consistent night on the umpire's behalf, but obviously just like the players, umpires have a job and they're human. You respect the decision-making on both ends, who have not been thrilled tonight. Andy Drum not thrilled either, but Michael Palmer, the profanity-laced sentence to earn his disqualification, so he's done for the night. Pio still trails 6-3, bottom of the sixth inning with one out. It'll be Martineau off of second, Grimesti off of first, and we'll wait to see who comes in now for the Pioneers in the top half of the seventh. So Eshelman gets his first strikeout. And still a long conversation. Brian Joe and Nate Krukow were exchanging some lineup cards. As now Drum comes in to have a conversation. Again, you appreciate Mike's intensity and his fire, but if you're going to get up in an umpire's face and scream like that, it's not necessarily going to end well for you. And it doesn't for Palmer here as he's thrown out of the ball game. Bottom of the sixth inning with one out. Pioneers still trail by 3. Not entirely sure what this break's about, but we'll wait to get it concluded. We'll take a short timeout, come back in a few short moments on the Pioneers Baseball Network. So 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Liam Eshelman's pulled out of the game as Martineau leads off a second, Grimesti off a first. It's Brandon Duback to step to the plate, who takes a fastball off the outside corner for ball 1. So I'd imagine Brooks Hicken will likely come into the ball game for the Pioneers to man first base in the top of the 7th, with Michael Palmer now being kicked out. Righty-on-righty matchup with Duback with 1 out. He represents the Pioneers' tying run as he takes a fastball over the outside corner for a called strike 1. A new pitcher on in the ball game. It's Kaz Zeiser, who also came up. Now throwing to his brother Parker. Same scenario occurred as we alluded to prior in the broadcast when he was with the Geneva Red Wings earlier this year. Both brothers getting traded over to the Pilots. Double steal on, breaking ball down, throw to third from Parker Zeiser, not in time. Both Martineau and Grimesti move up into scoring position. Second and third for the Pios with 1 out for Duback, who had an RBI single his last time up in the bottom of the 4th. Two-one, fastball off the outside corner, 3-1 the count. So a good fastball count for Duback. Working for the right side of the rubber as Zeiser fires in the dirt low for ball 4. So the third walk of the inning issued by the collective Newark pitching staff. In the ball game so far, Warner Gearhart went 4 innings of work. 1 run, 1 earned on 2 hits, 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. Logan Bowman came on for an inning of relief work. No hits, 2 runs on 2 earned, 2 walks and no strikeouts. Liam Eshelman, a third of an inning, 2 walks and a strikeout. 1 looking. As of now, no runs, no earned, but every run except for Brandon Duback off of first his responsibility. It's now Brett Baker, Pioneers center fielder, with 1 out and the bases juiced, and Brett takes a fastball high, 1-0 the count. 2 RBIs in 5 games for Baker. In the ball game tonight, Brett's 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking in the bottom of the 4th. A walk in the bottom of the 2nd. 1-0, breaking ball in the dirt. Nice stop from the catcher Parker Zeiser. Once again, this is Kaz Zeiser on in relief. Thrown to his brother Parker. So how cool is that? You see a little brother-to-brother connection. See a couple brothers in baseball, past and present, but very few that throw to one another as a battery. Almost eerily similar to Henrik and Daniel Sedin in hockey when they were line mates on the Vancouver Canucks. Scenario like that. Yadier Jose Molina both played baseball, but they were both catchers on 2 different respective teams. Never at the same time. Also cousins with Benji Molina. Just a great baseball family in general, as Zeiser fires a fastball right down Broadway for a called strike 1. Still no hits in the inning for the Pioneers, but they could scrape across another run. Tying runs off of first with 1 out. Baker represents the go-ahead run. Bottom of the 6th inning, Newark ahead 6-3. Fastball off the outside edge, 4th walk of the inning, and that brings home Martineau. It's now a 6-4 ball game. So it's Carl Wagner in from the right side, a run home of the inning for the Pioneers. 4 walks, 2 issued by Kaz Zeiser, 2 by Liam Eshelman. And now it's Wagner. 0 for 1 in the ball game, a grounder to the shortstop Loyal to lead off the bottom of the 5th. It's Zeiser working out of the windup. Wagner's going to call time. Carl entering tonight's ball game a .308 batting average, a .372 on base percentage. Got on via a walk in the bottom of the 2nd. Newark 6 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. Pioneers 4 runs on 2 hits and 1 error. As Wagner takes the breaking ball low, 1-0. 1-0, fastball high. 2 balls and no strikes, no place to put Wagner. On deck, it's John Simmons, who walked his last trip to the plate. The tension beginning to mount here at Dunn Field. 2-0 with 1 out, a swing and a miss from Wagner. 2 balls and a strike the count. A recap of the inning briefly so far. A walk from Martineau. A walk from Grimesti. First and second with nobody out. Palmer struck out, looking, and got thrown out of the game. And then a walk from Dubeck and a walk from Baker. That's where we stand now. A run home in the inning. Still no hits for the Pios. They'll look to scrape it across here. Tying runs off a second. Go ahead run off a first as Wagner takes the breaking ball low. 3 balls and a strike. (3-1) fastball fouled off against the stands. 3-2 the count. Must have escaped the facade on and netting. Someone must have had a nice grab down over there. A couple oohs and ahs from the crowd tonight. So it'll be a payoff pitch to Wagner with 1 out. As Zeiser fires fastball outside corner, Wagner takes for a called strike 3, 2 down in the inning. So the second strikeout looking. The first in the ball game for Zeiser. As the earned run that's come across in the inning now belongs to Liam Eshelman. Here comes John Simmons with a chance to tie the ball game up. We mentioned John's 5 extra base hits. His 1 homer on the season. That came Thursday night against Auburn to put the Pios ahead 6-1 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Simmons 8 RBIs on the season, 362 slugging, 392 on base percentage. Righty on lefty matchup. Zeiser, the 4th pitcher in the ball game for Newark, looking to lock down the bottom of the 6th inning. Golden opportunity for the Pioneers. Breaking ball taken in the dirt. 1-0 the count. Grimesti's off at 3rd, Dubeck off of 2nd, and Baker is off of 1st. Here's the 1-0 with 2 outs to Simmons. A high pop behind first base near the Pioneers dugout. It's going to sail out of play, so a new life for John. We're even at a ball and a strike. It'll be a 1-1 with 2 outs. Simmons with the bases loaded, a chance to tie. Zeiser for the Pilots, a chance to get out of the inning any further unscathed. A high fly ball deep to center field. Going back on his horse is DiGiacomo. Away back to the warning track. In front of the fence, puts it away for the final out of the bottom of the 6th inning. As the Pilots come roaring out of the dugout, they're thrilled for their relief pitcher Zeiser, who finishes the final 2/3 of an inning. So for the Pioneers in the home half of the 6th, 1 run on no hits, no errors, and they strand 3 runners left on base. We'll take it to the 7th, 6-4. Newark leads on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Pioneers Baseball, top of the 7th inning. As Grant Ingram, Brady King, and Parker Zeisser to come to the plate against Casey Julkowski. 6-4, the Pilots lead. 1 run for the Pioneers in the bottom of the 6th. 4 walks, 2 strikeouts. Between 2 relief pitchers combined, Liam Eshelman and Kaz Zeisser combining there. 4 pitchers in the ballgame for Newark. Pioneers have utilized 3. As Julkowski, that's Casey Julkowski, on for his 2nd inning of work. Fires a breaking ball over the outside corner. A called strike 1 to Grant Ingram. Julkowski fires outside corner for a called strike 2. Brooks Hicken now in the ball game at first base for the Pioneers in place of Michael Palmer, who got tossed out for arguing balls and strikes. Time called as Ingram steps out of the box. He'll take a swing. Ingram in the ball game has been instrumental. An RBI single in the top of the 1st, an RBI single in the 3rd, in which he came around to score. He also came around to score after he got plunked by Zach Nelson in the top of the 5th. Julkowski sets and fires, nothing in 2, and that one lined past the reacher. What a diving stop by Grabowski! Gets up, throws, not in time. A nice pick by Hicken on the other side. What a jump throw from the Pioneers shortstop once again, but it's going to be an infield single. 4th time reaching base in the ballgame and 3rd hit of the ballgame for the righty hitting 3rd baseman Grant Ingram. Apologies for jumping ahead of the play, but that's what Aiden Grabowski will do to you. You'll think it's clear and by far a base hit into the outfield, then he just makes this unbelievably acrobatic play with his speed, almost like a strong safety coming over the middle there in football and just hauling the interception in. Unbelievable play once again by the Pioneers shortstop. A high pop-up behind first base. It's Brooks Hicken. A long run for Brooks, and he can't make the running grab. The good news, though, about Brooks Hicken coming into the ballgame is you get one of the better defensive players the Pioneers have had. Brooks Hicken has been outstanding at first base all season long. So, especially in a late ballgame situation like this, could be potentially a blessing in disguise. You still get a left-handed bat in Hicken, with Brooks now taking the place in the cleanup spot. He'll assume potentially some heavy duties in the middle of the order late in the ball game. Pioneers trail by 2. Great opportunity for him. Nothing in 1 as Julkowski comes set right side of the rubber. Kicks and fires, and the breaking ball rolled on the ground to the backhand side of Grabowski at shortstop. Feeds hammer 1, and that's all they'll get, is getting washed out on the 6'4 fielder's choice is Ingram. Brady King reaches, 1 out in the top of the 7th. So 11 hits across 6 1/3 innings of work against 3 Pioneers pitchers. Hoyt got the start with 3 innings of work, 7 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 2 walks and 3 strikeouts, 1 looking. Zach Nelson, an inning and a third, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk and 1 strikeout. The 1 came swinging. Ready and ready matchup, it's Julkowski against Parker Zeisser. 1 out and a runner on, medium-sized leadoff at first base for Brady King, and a high fly ball deep to left center field. Going back on the run is Baker, and he'll put it away for out number 2. So it's Alex Wooten to step in. Another righty matchup against Julkowski, top of the 7th. Breaking ball catches the outside corner for a called strike 1. Casey looking to complete what would be a fantastic 2 2/3 innings of work. He's allowed no runs, no earned. In the process, he's only given up 1 hit. It was an infield single off the bat of Grant Ingram here in the top of the 7th. Nothing in 1. Fastball just off the inside corner. 1 on the count. 3 strikeouts for Casey so far. 1 came looking. That came on a beautiful backdoor breaking ball to the lefty swinging second baseman Anthony Hector. One which concluded the top of the 6th inning. Pioneers still trail by 2. 9 defensive outs remaining in the ball game to get for the Pilots. As Julkowski fires out of the stretch, gets the outside corner for a called strike 2. In the bottom of the 7th inning, for the Pioneers. It'll be Anthony Manganiello, Brendan Hammer, and Aiden Grabowski to step to the plate. 1-2 with 2 outs. Breaking ball line down the left field line. Foul. Julkowski steps off the mound, now steps back on. Comes set, right side of the rubber. Fires home a 1-2, fisted off the end of the bat. It's a jam shot up the middle. Brendan Hammer on the backhand side, takes it to the bag himself in time. That's 2 2/3 strong innings of work for Casey Julkowski. He induces a 4-run assisted in the inning. No runs and a hit, no errors, and a runner left on base. Get up and stretch, 6.5 through. Newark ahead by 2 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Welcome back to Pioneers Baseball. Bottom of the 7th inning. On for his first full inning of relief work is Cosgrove Zeiser as he fires a fastball over the inside corner. Anthony Manganiello, Pioneers left fielder, takes for a called strike 1. Anthony has reached base twice in the ball game. At E3 in the bottom of the 3rd, committed by Wooten on a ground ball to his backhand side, and then a walk in the bottom of the 5th. Fastball further off the inside edge that time. We're even at a ball and a strike. 6 runs on 11 hits and 1 error for the Pilots. 4 runs on 2 hits and 1 error for the Pioneers. 1-1 with nobody out. Manganiello flies it down the left field line, foul out of play. 1-2 the count. Pioneers would like to thank Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glovehouse Guthrie, Hesleson's, Hilliard, and Jubilee for their loyal sponsorship throughout the course of the 2025 season. Ingram's even with the bag at 3rd. Loyal and Hector up the middle on the lip of the outfield grass. Wooten about 20 feet behind the bag at 1st as the breaking ball taken low and away by Manganiello. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two with nobody out. Breaking ball called strike 3 to Manganiello. 1 away, and the base is empty. Home half of the 7th. So here comes Brendan Hammer, righty-on-righty matchup with 1 out. Pioneers second baseman in the ball game, 0 for 2, but did have a sac fly his last trip to the plate. He's onto one back up the middle into center field for a base hit. Brendan now 1 for 3, and the tying run will come to the plate. Only the 3rd hit of the ball game for the Pioneers, and it's rolled back to the top of the batting order in Aiden Grabowski. for grabs. He's 0 for 3 in the ball game. Key opportunity to change those fortunes here, though, with the Pioneers down 2. Down to their final 8 outs of the ball game. Zeisser comes set right side of the rubber. Hammer extends his lead off the first base bag. Zeisser kicks and delivers high for ball 1. Pioneers have scored a run in each of the last 3 innings. A run in the bottom of the 5th, 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th. Or rather, 1 run in the bottom of the 4th, shall I say. 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th. And 1 run in the bottom of the 6th. The high fly ball to left field. Paletto charges in towards the line, puts it away for out number 2 in the inning. So Grabowski a quiet 0 for 4 evening. And here comes Ty Martineau, the DH. Snap throw back to first. Diving back safely is Hammer. Two outs. Martineau stands as the last chance for the Pios in the inning. Ty, another productive night. He scored 2 runs, an infield single, and a walk, being regularly inserted into the lineup as of late, and for good reason as he takes a fastball high. Quickly ahead, or rather ahead in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Hammer extends his lead to about a 10-foot lead off the first base bag, with Wooten holding him on. As time's called by Martineau. Six to 4 Newark leads. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning, 6th matchup of the season between Newark and Elmira. 4th pitcher in the ballgame. Pioneers have utilized 3. A fantastic relief outing from Casey Julkowski. Pioneers bullpen still remains silent. 2-0. Dribbled on the ground to first. Taking it on a hop to the bag himself is Wooten, a 3 unassisted. And the inning is over. So the Pioneers strand a leadoff single from Brendan Hammer. No runs on a hit, no errors, and a runner left on base. 7 innings through. Elmira down by 2 on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Jacob Paletto steps to the plate against Casey Julkowski going into his third full inning of work, 2 2/3 into the ball game for Casey. He's been immaculate so far for Julkowski. He's got 2 strikeouts, one via the backwards K. 2 2/3 into his outing. He's only allowed 1 hit and no earned runs as he delivers outside to the lefty hitting Jacob Paletto. It's the 8, 9, and 10 in the Newark quarter due up against Julkowski. Paletto followed by Wagner, and Brown. Casey fires, fastball off the inside edge, 2-0. Paletto in the ball game 2 for 3, including a 2-run single in the top of the 5th, an infield single in the top of the 2nd. His other at-bat, he popped out to the shortstop Grabowski in foul territory. 2-0. Inside. 3-0 the count. Oh, rather called strike. Thought that was a little bit inside at first, but apparently home plate umpire thought otherwise and benefits the Pioneers. 2-1 count with nobody out. Julkowski fires, popped up off the end of the bat. Shallow right field retreating out as the second baseman Hammer settles under it and puts it away for out number 1. So Pioneers trying to keep it just right here at a 2-run ball game. Julkowski going a little long relief action as you have Larson Birch warming for the second consecutive ball game in the bullpen. Birch closed out the 7-5 victory for the Pioneers at Colburn Park against the Pilots yesterday afternoon in the back end of the doubleheader. It's Liam Wagner, the designated hitter, in the ball game for Wagner. He's reached base once. He got plunked by Zach Nelson in the top of the 4th. Besides that, a pop up to first and a strikeout. First pitch to Wagner. Fastball inside. 1-0 the count. Julkowski gets a swing and a miss. And we're even at a ball and a strike. 6 runs on 11 hits and 1 error for Newark. 4 runs on 3 hits and 1 error for the Pioneers. 1-all the count with 1 out and the base is empty. Top of the 8th inning. Pios looking to lock down their 9th victory in 13 ball games from the friendly confines of Dunn Field. 1-1 breaking ball, misses low and away. 2-1. On fastball swung on and missed. Right down Broadway. Julkowski gets Wagner to cut through it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two with 1 out. Fouled back. Staying live's Wagner. Julkowski sets. Fires home a 2-2. Fastball inside. It's a full count with 1 out. Pioneers would like to thank Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Current Power Sports, Dandy Mini Marts, Dr. Susan Minchin, DDS, Elmira Chevy, Elmira Heat Treating, and Elmira Impact for their loyal sponsorship throughout the course of the 2025 season. Righty-on-righty matchup. Julkowski a deep breath. From the stretch position, right side of the rubber, payoff pitch, swung on and missed for strike 3. Strikeout number 3 in the ball game for Casey. And the second swinging. 2 outs in the top of the 8th. And that'll bring up left-handed hitting Jason Brown for the 4th time in the ball game. Brown 2 for 3 with 2 singles, 1 in the infield in the top of the 3rd. A regular single in the top of the 4th. Julkowski looking to complete a 3rd scoreless inning of work. Squaring to bunts, Brown draws it back and takes a breaking ball high and away, 1-0. Brown squares to bunt, lays it down the third base line. Simmons is going to play it in fair territory, throws to first. Hicken holds the bag. We talked about his defense. There it is. The beautiful footwork from Hicken to hold the bag in time to complete a scoreless top of the eighth as Jolkowski faces the minimum. Simmons a nice play in, also charging on the bunt. No runs and no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. 7.5 through, 5-3, or rather 6-4 Newark leads. Play goes 5-3 on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Staying in the ball game's Cuz Zeisser as we head to the bottom of the eighth inning on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. The Newark Pilots ahead of your Pios 6-4. Last 6 outs for the Pios to do something. It'll be TJ Grumesti, Brooks Hicken, and Brandon Dubeck, the 3, 4, and 5 in the Elmira order, due up against Zeisser in his second full inning of work here in the bottom of the eighth. Righty on righty matchup, 1-0, kicking and firing, a breaking ball on the outside corner for a called strike is Zeisser. 1-1 the count to Grumesti for TJ, an 0 for 2 night. Grumesti 0 for his last 6. Batted about 400 across the opening 22 or 23 ball games of the Pioneers season. Has been a steady force in the offensive lineup, contributing as well with unbelievable defensive plays, both from the outfield. He's been interchangeable in center and right. He's also gotten some starts behind the plate as well. Multifaceted right-handed hitter out of Boca Raton, Florida, cuts and misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Bases empty. Pioneers 3 hits, but 4 runs in the ball game. They still trail by 2. A high pop from Grumesti. At third base, Ingram calls off the shortstop in Loyal and makes the play for out number 1. So here comes Brooks Hicken to the plate. Hicken playing first base from the top of the 7th inning on, after Michael Palmer was called out on strikes against Liam Eshelman in the bottom of the 6th and ended up getting tossed by the home plate umpire for vociferously arguing. But Hicken, as we mentioned, fantastic defense. He comes in and makes a great play there as Simmons with an off-balance throw to the forehand side, as Brooks had to readjust his footing, held the bag nicely to get Casey Jolkowski out of a 3rd scoreless inning of work, and Brooks now takes 2 pitches down. 2-0 the count on Hicken, a 161 batting average across 9 ball games on the season for Elmira. Takes away, 3-0 the count. Hicken's only seen 31 plate appearances on the summer. 5 hits, 2 of them doubles, no RBIs. Hicken, a reliable force as we alluded to in the field. 49 putouts, only 3 errors, a .981 fielding percentage. Every time Hicken's taken the field, he's gotten the start at first base. Fastball outside corner, called strike 1. If the Pioneers can get a run around, it'll bring the tying run to the plate. And that's what happens here as Hicken draws a 5-pitch walk. Action getting up in the Newark bullpen as Andy Drum calls time. And it seems as if he'll get a pinch runner in the game, and yes, he will. It's Jacob Moniz on at first base to run for Brooks Hicken. So potentially we'll see a couple more defensive replacements in the top of the ninth inning, depending as to where the Pioneers get here in the bottom of the eighth. So it's Moniz on to pinch run. Moniz with some solid speed. We mentioned his .290 batting average in the pregame show. For Moniz, he's got 2 stolen bags on the season, a .425 on base percentage, and it's Brandon Dobek stepping to the dish. He's reached base twice in the ballgame, lined sharply to the second baseman Hector in his other plate appearance. Dobek a consistent force, a 940-plus OPS entering tonight's ballgame. Righty-on-righty matchup with Zeisser working out of the stretch position, right side of the rubber, rocks and fires, breaking ball at the knees, catches the outside corner for a called strike one to Dobek. Andy Drum in the third base coaching box, shaking his head no. Even with the bag at third is Ingram. Middle infield at double play depth. Wooten holding on the speedy Moniz off at first. Outfield's at medium depth. Pios trail by 2. 1 out, home half of the eighth. Snap throw back to first. Zeisser checking on Moniz. Jacob dives back in safely. Oh, 1 to Dalbeck. Inside and knocked off the glove of the Zeisser. Good job from Parker Zeisser as he keeps it in front of him. Once again, this is Cosgrove Zeisser throwing to his brother Parker, a very unique situation on both ends. Again, a trade, both battery mates and brothers coming over from the Geneva Red Wings. One to Dubek with 1 out. Breaking ball outside corner for a called strike 2. Brandon not biting at the off speed, but he'll have to protect here with 2 strikes. 1 and 2 the count with 1 out. Pioneers still trail by 2. With Dubek representing the tying run, Brett Baker awaits on deck. 1-2 and another snap throw over to first from Zeisser, keeping Moniz honest. One, 2 with 1 out. Fastball taken high. 2 and 2 the count. Two fastball high. Dubek with a great eye as he launches that one there. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count. Dubek walked in his last trip to the plate in the bottom of the 6th. Brett Baker walked as well. That came against Liam Eshelman. Rather, it did come against Zeisser, Dubek, and Baker. It's breaking ball off the outside edge. It's a moot point. Moniz would have been thrown out, but that's ball 4. So Jacob's on second. Newark's complaining that it was a ball. Yeah, that's ball 4. It was a full count pitch. Newark wanted strike 3. They thought it was over the outside corner. So 2 on for the Pioneers with 1 out. Tying run is off of first base. So Moniz in place of Hicken, who got pinch run for, is off a second. Dubek off of first. Here's Brett Baker with 1 out. The product out of Chelmsford, Massachusetts, in the welcome edition in his 6th ball game for Baker. He had an RBI base on balls in the bottom of the 6th for his 3rd RBI in the last week in a Pioneer uniform. Righty on lefty matchup with 1 out as Zeisser fires high and inside. Baker takes the ball and no strikes. Now coming out to the mound to have a conversation with Zeisser is his brother in Parker. Pioneers would like to thank Just in Time, Kahuna's Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, Ma's Cheesy Dreams, and McDonald's for their loyal sponsorship throughout the course of the 2025 season. So the Stage is set for another dramatic finish at Dunn Field. 6-4 the Pilots lead over the Pioneers. 6 runs on 11 hits and 1 error for Newark. 4 runs on 3 hits and 1 error for Elmira. As Baker taking some practice check swings outside the lefty batter's box, he'll dig back in. To face a 1-0 from the righty Zeiser with 1 out. Action continues to get hot in the Newark bullpen. Ingram's even with the bag at third. At shortstop, Loyal at 20 feet behind the bag, watching Moniz closely. One look at second at Moniz from Zeiser, who kicks and fires. Fastball off the outside edge, 2-0 the count. Control certainly has been the issue for the Pilots, especially in that bottom of the 6th inning. 4 walks scraped across the only run for the Pioneers. Again, only 3 hits in the ball game across 7 1/3 innings of work against 4 different pitchers. Granted, that's tough to hit. 4 different arm slots, especially considering you had Warner Gearhart come out after 4 innings of work, so a lot of mixing and matching done by Marcus Smith and his entire coaching staff with his bullpen this evening. As Baker calls time, steps out. He'll await a 2-0 offering from Zeiser. Would imagine that the order from manager Andy Drum down at third base is, hey, you're taking all the way until he proves he can throw a strike, because he's been erratic to begin the inning. Hinken walked. Moniz ran in place of him. And now Moniz is off a second. Dubek off a first. Rather, a pinch runner for Brandon as well. So the Pioneers got speed on the bases. It's Liam O'Neill off at first as a line drive into center field. That's a base hit. Moniz is going to round third. He's going to come to the plate. Here comes the throw. It takes a bounce, and Moniz is going to be tagged out. So a single off the bat of Brett Baker. He continues to remain hot. 1 for 2 in the ball game. He's reached base in 3 of 4 plate appearances. As Marcus Smith coming over to have a chat at the home plate umpire, and he's going to option a new pitcher into the ball game. So that'll do it for Kaz Zeiser as he lasts 2 1/3 innings of work. We'll take a short timeout and come back. Pioneers still down by 2. Runners on first and second with 2 out here in the home half of the 8th on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Two outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. Kaz Zeiser is relieved through 2 1/3 innings of work for him. Zeiser gives up 2 hits, 2 walks. Still no earned runs. New pitcher in the ballgame. It's the right-hander Ty Baker, who works against Carl Wagner. Sidearm slinger. Delivers from below a 3/4 arm slot and misses down and into Wagner. 1 ball and no strikes with 2 outs. How we got here? Brooks Hicken walked with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th, was replaced by Jacob Moniz. Brandon Dubek walked, was replaced by Liam O'Neill. Moniz got to second base, is now a chopper on the ground, a dive, and it's past the second baseman Hector. Rounding third and coming to the plate is O'Neill. He'll score on an RBI single off the bat of Carl Wagner. It's now a 6-5 ball game. So runners on the corners with 2 outs. Elmira's gotten it to 6-5. So for Wagner, he reaches base for the second time in the ball game. He's now 1 for 3. That'll bring up John Simmons. Righty on lefty matchup with 2 outs. Runners on the corners. Tying run in Brett Baker is 90 feet away. It's Baker off the third, Wagner off the first. The lefty Simmons. 5 runs now on 5 hits for the Pioneers. 2 hits in the inning and a run home. First pitch to John Simmons. Fastball on the outside corner. John takes for a called strike 1. Simmons in the ball game 0 for 2. Reached base once via a walk in the bottom of the 5th and came around to score. A base hit ties the game. An extra base hit gives Elmira the lead. Breaking ball misses low and away in the dirt. 1-1 the count. Simmons in the bottom of the second inning drove it to the warning track in deep right. Brown made a nice grab in front of the wall. Simmons with a 2-run shot here against the Doubledays in the bottom of the third on Thursday night in the eventual tied ball game in fireworks night from Dunn Field, a game in which Elmira tied Auburn 9-9, now 1-4-1 against the third place Doubledays on the season. Fastball outside corner in there for a called strike 2 to Simmons, who readjusts the gloves and steps out. Time called as at first base, it's Carl Wagner having to step off and readjust himself. So as of now, 2 hits and an earned run giving up by Kaz Zeiser, the 4th relief pitcher in the ball game. Or the 3rd relief pitcher, 4th pitcher collectively in the ball game for Newark. He gave up 4 walks and 1 strikeout, 2 hits and an earned run. 1-2 to Simmons with 2 outs. Breaking ball low and away. Taking second base is Wagner, the tying run, now 180 feet away. Or rather, the go-ahead run, excuse me. So a run home in the inning, that's kind of hectic madness it was. 2 walks as Moniz, the runner in place of Hicken, got thrown out on an aggressive send at the plate. Dubek crossed the plate on an RBI single from Carl Wagner, which advanced Baker to third. Now Wagner steals second. Baker off third. Wagner off a second. 2-2 count to Simmons with 2 outs. Pioneers trail by 1. Righty on lefty matchup. Deep breath from Baker, who fires in a swing and a pop-up behind the plate. Giving it a look and just running out of room is the catcher, Parker Zeiser. Count remains 2-2. Pioneers would like to thank Myers RV, Nucor, Papa John's, Pathways, Pizza Hut, Red Robin, and Rodney J. Strange for their loyal sponsorship throughout the course of the 2025 season. So we'll redo it again, a 2-2 count to Simmons. With 2 outs. John looking for his first hit of the evening. It would put the Pioneers in front. Baker sets and fires, and a high fly ball deep to center field. Going back is to Giacomo. He calls off the right fielder Brown and puts it away for the final out of the bottom of the 8th inning. For the Pioneers, a run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Elmira creeping a little bit closer, so don't go anywhere. 6-5 Newark leads as we enter the 9th. Here on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Pioneers would like to thank Saratoga Eagle, Save-A-Lot, Service Master, Serve Pro, Serveview Credit Union, Shedden's Wholesale, and Solutions Credit Union for their loyal sponsorship throughout the course of the 2025 season. Casey Julkowski is still on the mound for the Pioneers because why not? He's been that fantastic in relief today. 3 2/3 innings of work so far. Dynamite performance. Still no runs allowed to his name. As it's the top of the batting order, Nick DiGiacomo up to the dish as he lines one foul down the third base side. Out of play, 0-2. It'll go DiGiacomo followed by Loyal and Hector. Coming to the plate here in the top of the ninth against Julkowski. Pioneers have an arm getting loose in their bullpen. It's the lefty submarine hurler in Jackson Grant. Nothing in 2 from Julkowski with nobody out. Poking out and reaching it to first base on the ground is Hicken, who supplies an underhand feed to Julkowski. 1 away. So 1 out and the base is empty. Pio's now only down by 1. In the bottom of the ninth inning, it'll be the 9, 10, and 1 in the order. Manganiello followed by Hammer and Grabowski to step to the plate. Ready and ready matchup. It's Cooper Loyal, the shortstop. Flew out to center field his last trip to the plate versus Julkowski. 6 runs on 11 hits and 1 error for the Pilots. 5 runs on 5 hits and an error for the Pioneers. Casey kicks and fires. Loyal pops it back behind the plate. Foul. 0-1. That one line just down the right field line. Foul. 0-2. 0-2 the count with 1 out. We're in the top of the ninth inning. The bases are empty. The Newark Pilots clinging on to a 1-run advantage over the Elmira Pioneers in what has been a wildly entertaining, momentum-shifting 3.5-hour ball game. Pioneers looking to lock down their 9th victory of the season in 13 ball games at Dunn Field, whereas Newark looking to advance to a very formidable 7-4 road record in what's their 11th road ball game of the season. Breaking ball inside, Loyal takes. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Cooper Loyal, a consistent force in this lineup for the Newark Pilots on the season. Loyal starting in all 53 games for the Albany Great Danes, which he recorded 45 hits, 2 homers, and 23 RBIs. A homer in 27 hits, 4 extra base hits in 2024 at the U of Albany as well. Grounds went sharply past a diving Simmons at third into left field for a base hit, so a 1-out single in the top of the ninth for Cooper Loyal. 12th hit of the ball game, and against Julkowski. It's only the second hit in 4 innings of work for Casey. As he'll remain on the bump for the lefty hitting second baseman Anthony Hector. Ready and lefty matchup. Loyal, a medium-sized leadoff at first. First pitch, fastball outside corner. Hector taking for a called strike 1. Pioneers would like to thank Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Coring, the United States Army, Vasco Brands, and Visions Federal Credit Union for their loyal sponsorship throughout the course of the 2025 season. 0-1. Julkowski set to deal to Hector. Comes set, fires, fastball trickles off the glove of the catcher. Wagner to the backstop. Loyal will advance to second. That puts him in scoring position here with 1 out. So the Pioneers worked it back to a 1-run ball game. They were down by as much as 6-1 in the 5th. For the Pioneers, a 2-run home half of the 5th inning. 1 run in the 6th, and 1 run in the bottom of the 8th. 5 different pitchers have been utilized by Marcus Smith of the Newark Pilots. Popped up. John Simmons at third. Puts it away for out number 2. As Hector's retired. 2 outs and a runner on first. in the top of the ninth. So here comes Grant Ingram, right-handed hitting third baseman, who's reached base in all 4 plate appearances in the ball game. 3 singles, got plunked in the 4th. Oil's in scoring position with 2 outs. Outfield's at medium depth. First pitch from Julkowski. Hit on the ground to third. John Simmons to his forehand side. Throws across the diamond. Held onto the back nicely by Smith in time. And that's 4 2/3 of great relief outing from Casey Julkowski. Pioneers only down by 1 as in the inning. No runs in a hit, no errors, and a runner left on base. Stick around. Pios with a chance to tie or walk it off in the home half of the ninth. 6-5 Newark leads on the Pioneers Baseball Network. Last chance for the Elmira Pioneers in the home half of the ninth inning. It'll be Anthony Manganiello to step to the plate against Ty Baker, the left-handed hitting Pioneers left fielder, who in the ball game is 0 for 2 on backwards K, his last trip to the plate in the bottom of the 7th inning, as Baker submarines from the right side of the rubber. Breaking ball misses off the outside edge. 1-0 the count. 6 runs on 12 hits and 1 error for the Pilots. 5 runs on 5 hits and 1 error for the Pioneers. 1-0. Breaking ball catches the outside corner. Called strike 1 to Manganiello. One. Breaking ball in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. It'll be Manganiello followed by Hammer and Aiden Grabowski. Breaking ball. Top of the zone, taken at the letters for a called strike 2. Manganiello calling time. He'll step back in. Anthony a little bit frustrated with the high strike call. Two with nobody out. Baker delivers and Manganiello just fists it off the end of the bat. Could that stay fair? It'll just go foul. As Manganiello was racing around first, he just realizes it's a foul ball. I don't think the crowd's realized it here at Dunn Field yet. They're still up and cheering. That was that close. They say baseball's a game of inches, folks. That's proof positive right there. Right down the left field line, just 6 inches foul. Final line of the ball game for Casey Julkowski, 4 2/3 innings of work, 2 hits, no runs, no earned, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. Pioneers still have to get the job done, though. They trail by 1. Baker, 5th pitcher in the ball game, looking to lock down the save. He comes set right side of the rubber, delivers a payoff pitch to Manganiello, cut on and missed for strike 3. So Manganiello down for the second time of the ball game. Anthony 0 for 2, despite reaching base twice. 1 out, and the base is empty, and it'll bring up Brandon Hammer, who rounds out the Pioneers' batting order this evening. So Hammer, productive in 2 of 3 plate appearances, a sac fly in the bottom of the 5th, a single in the bottom of the 7th. Ready and ready matchup. Baker deals, breaking ball, catches the outside corner for a called strike 1. As home plate ump calls time. He's approaching the Pioneers' dugout. Did he throw somebody? He threw somebody out of the game. I guess it was Eugene Barber. Seems like someone's departing. It looks like it's huge. So it'll be an 0-1 count to Hammer. With 1 out, bases empty, Pios still trail by 1. One for Baker, swung on and missed for strike 2. So it'll be an 0-2 with 1 out. As Baker comes set, delivers breaking ball inside, 1-2 the count. Baker sets and delivers, breaking ball just off the outside corner, 2-2 the count. Baker sets and delivers, hit on the ground to first on 1 hop. Fielding it is Wooten. He'll take it to the bag himself in time for out number 2. So with the bases empty, it's back to the top of the batting order at Aiden Grabowski. Aiden 0 for 4 in the ball game. If he gets on, it'll be Ty Martineau. First pitch to Aiden, breaking ball, inside corner at the knees. Grabowski takes for a called strike 1. Grabowski lines it into right center field. That's going to drop down for a base hit, and that's going to get into the alleyway. Grabowski races around first. He's heading for second. Ball's fumbled out there, and stopping at second wisely is Grabowski as DiGiacomo fires quickly back in. A 2-out double for Aiden. So that'll bring up Ty Martineau with a chance to tie the ball game even at 6. Pioneers down by 1. Baker looking to lock down the save. And it's Ty Martineau, or as our PA announcer Julia Benton likes to refer to him as T-Money. That's his nickname that the Pioneers have with him. So Ingram about 10 feet behind the bag at third. Middle infield and Loyal, the shortstop, Hector, the second baseman, at their regular depth. Wooten about 20 feet behind the bag at first. Baker comes set, right side of the rubber, delivers. First offering to Martineau as a fastball over the outside corner for a called strike 1. 6 runs on 12 hits and 1 error for the Pilots. 5 runs on 6 hits and 1 error for your Pioneers. Grabowski's got great speed. A single to the outfield ties the ball game up at 6. Martineau spanks it off the end of the bat, foul. Third base side into the stands, 0-2 the count. It'll be an 0-2 with 2 outs. Breaking ball off the outside corner. 1-2 the count. Baker sets. From the right side of the rubber, delivers a 1-2 to Martineau inside. It almost clipped Ty. 2-2 the count. Man, so tough to lay off these slow pitches, especially so close around the strike zone. That's something that Andy Drum mentioned in the pregame availability earlier. He said, yeah, it can almost be tougher hitting a guy that throws slower, like the Pioneers saw in Calvin Burkholder yesterday. Granted, he's just a regular pitcher too, not even a submarine thrower. Look to see how Martineau adapts to the next 2 strike offering from Baker. Ty lines it just down the third baseline, foul. Martineau remains alive in the count, still 2-2, with Grabowski the tying run leading off a second. Grabowski with 2 outs, roped one into the right center field gap to keep the ball game alive for the Pios, who are down 6-1. Another valiant effort to force it back to a close ball game, much like the Pioneers did when they were down 5 in Niagara Falls last Sunday to get it to a 7-6 game. They've been close in a lot of ball games, so like to see it come back here. 2-2 with 2 outs. Breaking ball off the outside edge. Martineau a wise take. He's run the count full. Newark clapping. Payoff pitch with 2 outs to Martineau. Comes down to this. Baker sets and fires. Ball 4. Ty takes 2 runners on for the Pios. The go-ahead runs off of first for TJ Grimesti with 2 outs. So a great at-bat for Martineau. It'll be Grabowski off of second. Martineau off of first. Grimesti has reached base only once. It came on a walk in the bottom of the 6th. One of the best hitters up in the PGCBL. In potentially the most timely of situations. Righty-on-righty matchup with 2 outs as Baker comes set out of the stretch position, right side of the rubber, kicks and fires, first offering to Grimesti, fastball outside corner, TJ taking for a called strike 1. Bit of a check swing there from Grimesti. Looked back at the plate umpire in hopes that it could potentially be called ball 1. Just clipped the outside edge. A 1 breaking ball in the dirt. Just below the knees of Grimesti, 1-1. 2 runners on for the Pios in the bottom of the 9th. Grabowski doubled and Martineau walked. 2 out rally being strung together. A base hit to the outfield ties the ball game up. An extra base hit wins it. An out here would lock down the ball game though for Ty Baker and Newark. 1-1, fastball inside. Grimesti takes 2-1. TJ fouls it back to the screen, and the Pioneers are now down to their final strike. It's a 2-2 count with 2 outs in the home half of the 9th. Newark clinging on to a 1-run advantage. Grimesti a deep breath, 0 for 3 in the ball game, settles back into the right-hander's batter's box. Baker's thrown a lot of pitches, but no one up in Newark's bullpen. Pilots trying to reclaim 5th place. Elmira trying to go a game and a half in front of Newark. 2-2 to Grimesti with 2 outs. The breaking ball taken off the outside corner. It'll be a payoff pitch to Grimesti. You have an open base to put TJ. If you walk him, you deal with Brooks Hicken. Rather, instead of Hicken, it would be Tanner Carranza, so a bit of some lineup readjustments. Payoff pitch with 2 outs. Breaking ball low and inside for ball 4. As Marcus Smith bolts out of the dugout now for Newark. He's frustrated as the Pilots wanted to call strike 3. They didn't get it. In all fairness to umpires, it's a tough job. You got both sides frustrated with you. And, potentially understandably so. There's been possibly a couple calls tonight that you feel could have gone the other way, but you love the tension. This is exactly what baseball is all about. These judgment calls. And the chance of a summer for Tanner Carranza. Carranza coming in with a batting average just about 150 across 8 ball games this season. A chance to win the ball game with a base hit for the Pioneers. Righty-on-righty matchup with Baker with 2 outs. Carranza takes a fastball high and in tight for ball 1. 111 batting average for Carranza across 7 ball games, 6 starts, 18 plate appearances, a 200 on-base percentage. A chance to turn it all around here for the right-handed hitter out of El Centro, California, who takes a fastball over the outside corner for a called strike 1. Carranza recently spending his time at New Mexico State College. We'll wait a 1-1 offering here with 2 outs. Grabowski leads off the 3rd. Martineau off a 2nd. Grimesti off a 1st. The 1-1. Carranza takes a fastball at the knees over the outer half for a called strike 2. Tanner shaking his head no. The 1-2 with 2 outs. Breaking ball chopped on the ground, foul, wide of 3rd. Carranza stays alive. For the Pioneers in the inning, 1 hit and then 2 walks. This rally's all come with 2 outs, but the Pios are down to their final strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. 2 outs, home half of the 9th. Pioneers looking to remain above 500. They've walked it off at Dunn Field once this season. 2-2 off the outside, or 1-2 off the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. And some barking out of the Newark dugout, but that was off the plate as it was received by the catcher Zeiser about 6 to 8 inches to his right. 2-2 the count to Carranza with 2 outs. Tanner hits it on the ground sharply to the shortstop. Loyal, the throw across the diamond in time, and the ball game is over. So the Pilots lock down a 1-run victory here from Dunn Field tonight, as Carranza hit it on the ground sharply, but couldn't find open grass right into the wicket of Loyal, who threw across the diamond to nullify any attempts at a walk-off victory. For the Pioneers, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 3 runners left on base. That concludes it for the ball game. Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 48 minutes on this beautiful 82-degree evening from Dunn Field. Casey Julkowski, phenomenal in relief, kept the Pioneers in the ball game. But when all said and done, Owen Hoyt taking the loss. And in relief, it'll likely be Logan Bowman locking down the victory for the Newark Pilots. That'll do it for our live coverage tonight on the Elmira Pioneers Baseball Network. Be sure to tune in tomorrow afternoon at 5:30 p.m. from Sal Maloney Field at McDonough Park as your Elmira Pioneers take on the Geneva Red Wings. We'll have all your live coverage, but for now, I'm Farrell Hudson saying so long and have a good night for the Elmira Pioneers.